Good morning, 8th April 2020, and I hope you are fine. Formally, I am asking, I know people are not fine. It's very much clear because whole world has been in turmoil. Turmoil in a sense of attack by nature on humanity, which is right of nature, of course. We cannot say no, you cannot attack us. I'm not talking medically, I'm talking what my mind says and what I understand. And I think you people, majority of people, are not able to pass your time because of this reason. No work, people are not busy, some are busy, some are not busy. It's very difficult for common people to pass time, and particularly to those youth who have no work. It's very difficult to pass time in such situation when you have to stay within home, within rooms. Not easy to pass time. So you do something else. I know best approach is you have to use your time, because such time without any work is very difficult to get in your life. Some people get 2 days in a week, some get 1 day in a week, and it's very difficult for them to pass that time. Now you are getting 100% free time, and this free time is actually enemy for yourself if you don't use it properly. Millions of people, crores of people are having this time, and if they don't use it, it will not come back. Believe me, it will not never come back, because time is such wealth. If you lose it, if you don't use it, it disappears. So I would suggest everybody, whoever listens to me now or later, don't waste this time. Use it for some constructive purpose. Those who have to die shall die, and those who have to stay shall stay. That is in the hands of nature, in hands of God. But something is in your hand, and that is called work, karma. How you use this time, that is up to you. You can learn something this time, or you can teach something to some others. Both way, it's yours. Nothing wrong with that. It's my usual practice since my childhood that I never accept to waste any moment of time if I can do something during that time. वेरी इजी टू लूज टाइम. बड़ा आसान है किसी समय को खो देना. समय आपके हाथ में आता है, खो दो उसको. बड़ा आसान है, कोई भी खो सकता है. खोने से क्या मिलेगा आपको, आप सोचिए. लेकिन ऐसा समय कई बार ज़िंदगी में आता है जब आदमी को 10 दिन, 15 दिन, 1 महीना, 2 महीना कुछ नहीं होता काम, और वो उसे ख़राब कर देता है. वो भूल जाता है कि इस समय से बड़ा दुनिया में कोई नहीं है. समय ही पैसा है, समय ही धन है, समय ही विद्या है. उस समय को आप उपयोग करेंगे तो शायद आप कुछ पालेंगे. जिस तरह आप पैदा होते हैं और बूढ़ा होने तक आप बड़े होते जाते हैं, वो भी समय के हाथ में है. मैं कोई समय पे लेक्चर देने नहीं बैठा. बस एक विश्वास है कि लोग शायद समझें. हम जानते हैं पॉपुलेशन बहुत है दुनिया में, और हमारे देश में तो बहुत है. फिर भी अगर 10-15% लोग, 25% लोग को समझें तो काम आएगा आगे. और याद रखना, कोई भी चीज़ जो आज आपको अच्छी नहीं लगती होगी, बेकार लगती होगी, आने वाले टाइम में वही आपकी काम आएगी. ऊपर वाले का प्लान ऐसे ही होता है. आज जो मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, ये नहीं कि मैंने कल तैयार किए होते हैं ये ना, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. मैं जो भी आपसे बात कर रहा होता हूँ कि मैंने आज सोचा था, या कल इसकी तैयारी की थी, या परसों की थी. नथिंग लाइक दैट. आई नेवर प्लान एज सच. Whatever I talk to you, whatever submit on these videos or on text of videos, it takes a lot of time, and I think it has been prepared for long. Some sketches which I show to you, these were never done. These were done long decades back. So what I am finding out, if you do something, whatever time in your life, it's not necessary that you lose it. Maybe that time you feel it's of no use, that's right, you can feel that, and it is right. But remember, there's a plan from nature. Nature does not change its speed, it does not change its formula, It does not have any anxiety. It's nature. Remember that. Nature goes its way, it moves its way. If sun takes time, whatever, if earth takes time, whatever, they never change their speed. Similarly, you have to do something, forget result of that, tomorrow you will get result or you don't get result tomorrow. Do whatever is done by you is a part of nature. Don't think that you are not getting any result, doesn't mean you are not getting any result. Your result is that you did that. Your result is that you did that, that's all. Don't forget, money is not fruit for everything. If you feel happiness, if you think I have done something, that itself is a result. That you got a feeling, you did something, आपको लगा भावनाओं में आया कि हाँ मैंने कुछ किया है, चाहे उससे आपको पैसा ना मिला हो, उससे आपको कुछ ना मिला हो, लेकिन एक संतुष्टि तो जरूर मिलती है कि हाँ मैंने कुछ किया। वो चीज़ को बार बार देख के आपको और शक्ति आती है उससे कि मैं इससे अच्छा करूं। यही अचीवमेंट होता है। लेकिन मत भूलिए, कोई भी काम होना होता है उसके पीछे बहुत बड़ा बैकग्राउंड होता है। वो बैकग्राउंड आपका बन रहा होता है उस टाइम जब आप कोई काम कर रहे होते हैं। और अगर आपका माइंड उसी तरफ बार बार जाता है, इसका मतलब यह है कि ये ऑर्डर का है, विधाता का है, वही आपको ये ऑर्डर दे रहे हैं। नहीं तो आपकी और मेरी क्या औकात कि हम कुछ कर लें। इसलिए अगर आप कुछ ऐसा करते हैं जिसका आज आपको फ़ायदा नहीं है, डोंट वरी अबाउट दैट. You will get, that is a part of plan of some objective that will come sometime. So you are learning something, that's a part of process. You are learning something or doing something or making something. Maybe it's a piece of art. You are working on that. It will be used sometime somewhere. You cannot say that's gone waste. I never thought for something. I'll talk to you like this. At that time I never could imagine that we will talk to each other on videos or on Facebook or somewhere. In those days there was not even a hint that there shall be internet as such, but we never said we did something, we'll do something. That was only from, but that same thing is now in picture. We are using same. Our knowledge is not destroyed. Remember, nothing is destroyed. It's approach, it's your willpower, it's your determination what you have to do. Forget money if you are getting money out of that. Money is not scale to be considered. What you do is for yourself and for whole world. Therefore, do what you have to do, what your mind says, what your heart says, for others, for God. For God's sake, because you are a production of God. So I am just telling you only, just to apprise you that don't worry about result. But I am just getting early morning to talk to you because it's my habit, but it doesn't matter. You also get up and at same time you listen to me. No problem at all. But work is moving. You can listen later, you can view later, it's in your hands. I may continuously talk for a few hours. It doesn't mean you should sit and watch that same time. It is video, you can watch any time. You can watch in pieces, you can watch half, you can watch quarter, or you may not watch. It's up to you. But work is going on. It's not my command. Process is that. If I talk to you, I may not talk to you directly for 4 hours. There's no way. Either we are all to sit together, that costs money. But this is free. There's a difference. But it's my job, I am doing this because my mind says, my God says, do it, I am doing it. And if you think it's something good for you, receive it. If you think it's rubbish for you, no problem. Something is good, but this is for humanity. I am not talking anything against humanity. I am not talking anything against nature or anything against God. That's why I would request you only use time. This time has come by its own, by will of God. Everybody has been given this facility by nature that you have so many days, sit inside room, and this you never expected that curfew will be there or lockdown will be there all over world like situation, but this is happening. When something is happening all over world, it's not specific that it's happening to this country or to that country or to this city or to that city. It is quite an outstanding situation, extraordinary situation, abnormal situation. We must be clear of that. एक ऐसी ऐसी आ गई है स्थिति, किसी के हाथ में नहीं है. शायद ऐसा लगता है भगवान ही ये चाहता है, ऊपर वाला ही ये चाहता है कि सबको अंदर बिठा दो, सब साफ कर दो, कोई बाहर नहीं आएगा. और इस समय का सदुपयोग कीजिए. बड़े बड़ों के टेस्ट चल रहे हैं. ऑल लीडर्स ऑफ वर्ल्ड एंड ऑल सोसाइटीज ऑफ वर्ल्ड are under test by nature. What you do, how you behave, this is an examination of whole world. Remember, everybody is under examination. Everybody's capacity is being tested. What status you have? You are bouncing too much, you are talking too much, but are you doing something? Imagine like that. This is happening. Whole world is under examination. All powerful and all poor, all are under examination by nature. In name of whatever you can call it. You may call it virus or you may call it nothing else. Something else, up to you. I thought a lot. Believe me. What actually is happening? Why should God do like this? But remember, God is top planner, God is top designer, top engineer, top doctor, top scientist. Everything God is. Every power God is, every status God is. So we should keep that point into our minds that whatever happens for future. Do not say that this is bad for human being or good for human being. God can never do bad for world. So I thought a lot on this. Lot from many aspects, from every aspect, actually what is happening. Are we misled or are we misunderstanding or we are not at all able to understand? Scientists, doctors, professors, big politicians, public and everyone. What are we thinking? Is that correct? That I have to raise a question onto me. Because if you don't raise question to yourself, what, why and how, if you don't act as a scientific student for yourself, you cannot take answers from nature. And remember, everybody has a system in itself. I as a body am a system, you are a body as a system. Everybody is a system. So if you raise questions to yourself rather than raising to someone else, first you raise to yourself. If you don't get answer to your question yourself, then you have to go to someone else and seek some clarification or raise question. That is educational principle. If you get answer at your home by yourself, then no need, go somewhere else and ask question. So I raised many times this question. After all, what actually this is? Coronavirus. I think something has been mixed up. Something has been mixed up. If you think it's an epidemic or pandemic, you call it, whatever, nobody actually knows meaning of that, first of all. They have their own meanings. And world is earth, we know. Earth is world. No other than this you can say. We are living in continental part and there are oceans in 66% of surface of earth. And you just think, can something on its own in an organized way impact upon all people of earth? All areas of earth are being attacked gradually by this power. I should say power now, forget virus. Ultimately this is energy, this is power. So I thought it differently, means it started from one end and it has travelled all over in certain path, and now after covering a journey of many months, it has uniformly consolidated its position all over world. This, this state of its consolidating position all over world raises some doubts. How could some virus plan such a journey where everybody is affected, everybody is covered? This means there is something else behind this. Must be some other mind, some other power working behind this. This is only showpiece. This virus is only a cover-up. I should think that way. Means this is just a cover-up to cheat whole world, to keep in hiding some secret. Because if you see this epidemic in Africa, sometimes the Ebola has come, somewhere malaria had come, somewhere something had come, sometimes plague had come. This was not uniformly spread. I remember plague in 80s, might be you remember, which was due to rats. There was a stage of plague. This was not uniform all over the world. This was not spread all over the world. At that time, I had to go to some country. I was selected in some interview. I had to go to, I think, don't know, Saudi. I had to go somewhere. I had to go. But due to this plague explosion at that time, I could not go. What I am saying, but this was confined to some countries, not to all countries. But if you see malaria, it was also confined to some African countries. If you see Ebola, also to some African countries. It was never a uniform spread of this energy, but this time it is completely different, and it is really surprising. It has already covered more than 204-5 countries. I mean, approximately whole world it has taken its positions, which is very different. You have to think on. It's a different study. How it is possible that some disease kind of pandemics can cover whole world, and even it start living animals like lions or tigers, wild animals. It is moving around. This means it's moving around whole world through its humans and animals as well, because animals can't speak, they can't tell. This means this is something else. This is something else which human is unable to discover. Maybe human discovers after the situation is over. But now, because all world is in panic, and that panic actually was designed to be created so that people are unable to understand what it is. When you are in panic, you lose your mental capacity. This is equation of mind and heart chemistry. When you appear in some examination and by chance in paper which is given to you, you don't have any answer out of those questions, then you are of course in panic. You don't know what to do. You can't even think at that time, but at time you think, oh, this question I can solve at least. This question I can solve at least. So at that time your panic intensity starts reducing or coming down. That stage gives you a breathing situation, or at least I can do out of these 10 questions 1 or 2, and you come down to some balance of mind. But this time, if you consider this virus, so-called coronavirus, corona means it's related to medical term of your breathing system. So it sieges your breathing system. In fact, this is medical denouncement. Okay, this means somebody has come to catch your respiratory system, respiratory mechanism by whatever way, and if your respiratory system is held up, if obstructed, certainly one has to lose life. That cannot be digested for 5 to 10 minutes that you hold your system. This is only cover up. I think so. Because it's moving around whole world. I am not scientist in this regard. I am not doctor. But my thinking is different. I am thinking parallel to what are thinking. Scientists all right, medicals all right. But after all, what this want to do? What objective this power got, what it wants to do is a question mark. It has one thing is clear. It has ability to kill people. No doubt. Indeed this is. This means this is powerful mechanism, powerful energy that does not care for anybody. This means something is there behind it. And we have to just imagine what could be there. I'm just saying imagine. I'm not confirming anything. Because I have certain different type of, you can say, habits also, or different type of approaches also. I am a technical person. I believe in science. But this does not mean I cannot believe in nature, or I cannot believe in secrecy nature could have. It doesn't stop me from contemplating that. If I am an engineer or a technocrat or a scientist or a doctor say, it does not mean you are not allowed to consider something else which is not your field. I am free to think that. And not only myself, but also everybody else is free to think that. After all, we are part of nature. We are production of nature, and we remain in nature. We have no absolute control on ourselves. We don't know how people come to this earth and how they die. This is not clear till now. There are relative management says, oh, because of this happened you die, or because of this happened you came. But process is not clear to scientists, to doctors. That's also true. How does child is manufactured, you can say, and delivered? Technically, medically, process is there. But actually what happens, nobody knows. How electric current in body comes, nobody knows. Electric current, I mean to say electrostatic energy, which keeps you alive, and until you die it keeps you alive without any obstruction, without any fusion. It keeps you alive. This means there is some power working behind everybody's life which is unknown, which is not known to scientists, which is not known to other professionals, but it is moving. And therefore I am saying something is there in nature where human has not been able to understand with justification, or you can say in a scientific manner. Yes, we assume, we have superstition, we have faith, we have everything. That has got no relation to science. They are all hypothetical. That's a fact. There is no, you can say, there is no thesis behind that. But we demand justification, we demand logic behind that. That's our right. And to understand that logic, science is there. So if something does not fit in scientific explanation, we say this is not acceptable because there is no living evidence, or you can say practical evidence. So this virus, okay, it's moving, it's working, all say, but is it there really? It's a question. Because physically is it there? Or it is there only for a guide, or for a cheating curtain, cheating show, or there's something else? Well, I doubt. I am an engineer, I doubt. I know mathematics, I doubt. Everything you know, you doubt. Until you doubt, or until you condemn something, or you cross-check it, you cannot understand facts. When we do study, we say take longitudinal section, take cross-sectional, and in medical science also dissection, just to understand what body is composed of, just to understand engineering what actually we want to see at this location. So we call it section it and see how it looks. Section this way, see how it looks. And we can take section according to our choice. There is no hard and fast rule behind that. Only we have to understand what actually we have to construct here. So we have every right to section in life also. Epidemics have been in past and shall be in future also. But epidemics are epidemics. This is different because it is directly attacking humanity. Here we are worried. Everybody is worried. It's not living. Everyone is under its attack. It may be Prime Minister or it may be a beggar. all are under attack, and that is why it's a part of worry. If it had to kill only poorest people, no political leader would have worried. It is attacking all top people first and then others. So it's a question of worry all over the world. It's not living princes, it's not living kings, it's not living political leaders, and it's attacking common man and animals. That is why everybody is worried. And extraordinary it is, I like it. If something has come with such justification that it doesn't leave anybody, that is high profile attack. If it is doing justice, it's doing justice with everybody. Of course, somebody has something. It has not attacked 8 billion people till now. It had attacked only a fraction of that, and two small fraction. And if you compare to how many people have died so far, say 100,000, let us say 100,000, without flats still, but 100,000 out of 8 billion, percent wise, it is nothing. Percentage wise, you see, it is nothing at all. If it's percentage wise nothing at all, this means we have only just panic, and because we don't know what's going to happen next moment, what news we'll get today, so we are worried. But why I am trying to make this background is, which I think I have generated in my mind, is something different. Because I am a self student of some other mechanism, and that is called movement of energy through body, movement of natural energy through body organs. That is also my interest, not because of my profession, but because you can say it's my habit or my gesture to think and understand what is that. Because there is no limit to use of mind, and I think that's my habit. I like it. So how does it matter with me and with you? I think when something is not understood by anybody, by someone, if you can't understand something, what we say generally, God wants it or nature wants it, we leave it to that point and come back. Because we had no other answer. If you don't have answer for something, and even by your education, by those who are in that field, if they cannot answer absolutely, they can only assume something. Assumption is also presumption to not work until it is proven. We assume so much in mathematics, we assume so much in scientific subjects and engineering, but we reach some conclusion, we prove that, we drive to some formula, and then say this is justified scientifically. That situation doesn't exist here. Yes, there is virus, everybody is worried of. But is it not to think about that? Is it really a virus or it's a deception? Because a person who dies cannot answer that. A doctor who is not thought about that. A person who leaves this world because of virus, that person only knows what happens to him. We cannot talk to them later on. And that person cannot respond at time of death. So actually secrecy is unknown. We may say, this is temperature, that is temperature, this is active, that's active. That is assumption, and that's still now assumption. But I have different base, I have a parallel thought about this, and I think this is actually not killing human being in form of virus. We have not reached to that position, and if I talk that way, I think you may say he's gone in different world, but different world is also a world. You know, when you don't have any answer to question, you say some natural power might have attacked you. Everybody says that. Not only in this country, I have talked to many other world people, Arabic people, English people, all those people. To some extent, everybody is in deception. Everybody thinks there is some power. There is a power which is above ours, and we cannot hold that power. You may call it orthodoxism, we call it superstition, you may call it something. It doesn't make a difference. As far as that power, we cannot check that power, we cannot control that power. And I think that power is here. That power is working around. Otherwise, you cannot say there is some organized way to control whole world. This superstitious power, this superpower has taken positions around world in a systematic manner. How could some virus think that? It started from somewhere. It's moving somewhere, going one place to other place, and now approximately all societies, all economies, all countries have been captured by this power. Don't you think that way? I don't think there is, except few small areas which are you consider negligible. 98% world has been taken up by this power. You can say few very small countries which have no, you can say no existence at all equal to that. Normally you can say today so-called virus has occupied world all over, and it is attacking people in different way. It's attacking intensively in such state, in such powerful area which consider itself superpower. You can understand to which I am pointing. And it also attacked that area which consider we are very best designer of world. One area is America, other area is Europe. It attacked very badly few countries in Europe, you know it very well, Italy, France and Germany and all. Germany like country which thinks that its detailed worker, its detailed technologists, that is affected. Italy says, I am best construction country in world, it has been affected. France says, I am best designer of cars, I can parallel, move and give alternative best design, it's also affected. US which says, I am only power in world, it has been affected, and very harshly. Most superpower of world which itself justifies has been affected most. Till now, they say 10,000, but I don't believe, because nobody is telling factual figures all over the world now, just to reduce intensity of panic, and that's best I think. But I think lakhs may have died by now, and millions have been affected by now in America, and little reduced in Europe. This means this power knows whom I have to beat with what intensity, and it is working with us also, but it has not started to work here yet in full scale, and it would do. It will not go away so easily. So what I think, maybe you can say that it's my deception, it's my delusion, but I am thinking that way, that a force has come to world from top, from skies. We call such force in our technology, our terminology, Atma or soul. And I understand, I think that a big army of super souls have come down under command of power of world to teach lesson to earth citizens, because earth citizens have moved away from God's principles. In last about 7-8 decades, whole world population has gone against wealth of God. That is my thought, contemplative thought, that because we as children of God we forgot God actually, to be very frank. We have forgotten God. We only remember God for something. We remember God, that God give us this, give us that. Everybody demands something, expects something. God give them. No problem, God gives you. He's already given earth. And we have exploited earth fully, superficially and internally. We have, all countries have looted earth, you can say. Looted in a sense, today you need one, but you have taken 10. This is called loot. If I need one, why should I take out 10 and keep 9 for me? That I say is loot. We in last 85 years have exploited wealth of fossil fuels. You all know. When it was produced in millions of years, this we have destroyed in just a period of 85 years, because first oil discoveries is, I assume, is 1935 and this 2020. So around 85 years our GCC nations, Middle East nations, some part of ours and US and some others, or you can say Venezuela or some others, they have drawn total reservoirs from earth and exploited it, destroyed it, abused it. This is oil. What about other wealth? Iron, steel, gold, silver, platinum, uranium, thorium, glass. Is there something which we have not looted as belonging to earth? Did God provide it to loot, and standard of living is maintained by that? How many vehicles we have produced till now? How many airplanes we have produced? How many trains we have produced? You can say unlimited, and still it's moving on. In name of standards of living, in name of quality of life, we have destroyed quality of earth. Quality of earth we destroyed. Human being destroyed quality of earth in absolute form. It has been destroyed to an extent that its surrounding air, which is a part of earth, is also completely destroyed. So if I am your father, I give you something, take it, use it for future, use it gradually, don't use it at once, let it profile itself further and digest it gradually, eat it gradually. And if I do something else, you sell it. So what shall father think? You think yourself. Father got every right to act against you. You are a naughty child. You don't understand value of production. You don't understand how this has been made, because you are a rich son or a rich daughter. You don't value how material is earned, how hard work is applied. So this applies to each citizen of earth. We are all responsible. All 8 billion people are responsible for destruction of earth. I am talking of earth only because to other planets we have no control. You may be America, or you may be China, or you may be India or someone else. No one is owner of this earth. That's also a fact. Every citizen of earth is by nature owner of this earth. You may fix your boundaries, geographical boundaries. You may fix your boundaries of seas or oceans. You can fix. You have a right. Your right, not God-given right. You just want to exploit. Sheikh Ram says, this is my oil, I'll explore my way and sell it. They are only interested in output of pumping, how much we are getting and what is our GDP. They don't consider GDP of world. They consider GDP of Arab, GDP of UAE, Saudi, GDP of Venezuela, GDP of US, GDP of Bharat or whatever. Everybody is interested in its own. Nobody thinks that this property is one, not 250. Countries may be 250 or 3, no, or let us say whatever it is. But earth is one. It's not property of one, it's property of all. You divided these countries, God did not divide these countries. You are putting your mandate on your area, I am putting my mandate on my area. But remember, its feeder, its network service, one is sun and other planets, air, water is one. You may divide, this is Indian Ocean, this is Atlantic, but connection is one. No separation. Water is one, salt in that is one. You cannot separate it. Earth is one. You cannot change it to 2. You cannot change it into 3. There is no way. System is one. It's working uniformly. It does not change its journey. Only our minds have been changed. We have become naughty children of God. This is mine and this is yours. While nobody belongs to anybody. So when your mind is sick, your psychology is sick, you cannot think of positive, you think of only breaking something, results will be what's happening. And this is the start of result. This is not end of result. Don't think that it will go in 1 day or 1 week or 1 month or 2 months or 3 months. It's not going so easily because that power is working. That power shall set everything right. And to do that, it can go to all extent to teach very good lessons to those who think they are gods, who consider themselves gods. We forget God actually, that's the problem. We don't respect God in a way we should respect. We respect God in a way we should exchange something with God. Praise God, give me this, I would do that. You respect in that way, that it's a business with God. You are doing business with God, trade with God. Give me this benefit, I'll go to temple or mosque, I'll do this. So it is reciprocation of business. You are not respecting God. Just like you ask your father, give me this, I'll do this for you. You are not saying this is your right or father's right to get something for him. This is, you may be whatever religion, it doesn't make a difference. Religion does not come in this way. There is no religion actually. It doesn't come between you and God. You are using earth, it's your home. There is no Hindu, Muslim, Sikh in this. When you have apple, same apple is for Hindu, for Muslim, Sikh, and it's halal. So religion is imaginary supposition. It does not exist in fact. There is only one religion, relation to God, nothing else. I am not giving this religious speech, I am just referring that our psychology for work is one, but when it comes to our faith, this is different. You may be educated or you may not be educated. Your religious psychology is same. There you do not depend on science, you depend on something else, but you depend on faith. And when faith works, you have to respond in faithful manner. So now you are responding in faithful manner that people are losing their lives and they will keep on losing. That's what is very important to thought of, and that's why I am talking to you about this issue. This is very important issue from current point of view. Why it's happening? I don't consider that this is some disease. This is an attack on human being, attack on souls, on those souls which are working against nature. Those souls who think that they are honor of their honor. Nobody is honor in this world. We are not honors. We can't be honors. We have no such capacity. We have no such quality. We have no such characteristics. We should call ourselves honors. We can't be honors. We are not honors at all. That's what I think, that we should have a different approach towards this point. I generally remember my dreams. It's my habit, because if you want to enlarge your memory, if you want to sharpen your power of mind, you concentrate on your dreams, you will get lot of information. That's what I have experienced so far. You just analyze your dreams, you will get some information, because in life it's only mechanism of dreams that transfers information to you. Some dreams are reliable, some are not reliable. It's up to you. Once you start concentrating on them like some mechanism of your life, because dream mechanism is transmission of information that your books cannot give you, that your profession cannot give you, but God is above books. God is above profession. I am saying God, I am not saying which God. Because for me, God is one, and for you also God is one. I don't hear name God, which God. Power of universe, whatever it is, that is connected to each and every one of us in network. That is where Atma science applies. Those people who talk of Atma, they don't understand what is Atma science. But Atma network is connected to every body and it transmits energy. And that energy stores in your mind and shows you many scenes, talks to you if you can listen. And that is called a spiritual relation to human being. It applies to animals also, but I am talking of connection to everyone. And I have experienced this for decades myself. Sometimes I write so much about that, what I see. I try to record that for my reference, and I have seen some references work. I am not saying 100% everything you see is right. What I say, if you relate it to daily problem is response. If you some information tells you what shall be your future time like. Sometimes you see some faces which you never seen, but sometimes you feel physically you see those faces in your life. This happens. I have analyzed it. I have observed it for decades, and I believe that something is there, some system is there. And I have seen that. I have fights in dreams with many people whom I don't know. I never met them in my life, but later on I see, or I remember I saw this man somewhere, this person somewhere, and all in time when it comes in future, I see that person is seen. Oh, I remember, where I remember, I don't at that time recall it, but later on, so yeah, I saw that person in my dream. You may say I'm talking something orthodox, something, no, don't take it that way. I always work on that in addition to my profession. And because sometimes it helps. When I am in confusion, I have stress in my mind, I am working, I don't find answer to some question or professional question or some other question, and I think that and sleep. And later next morning, during night, this is answer. I saw that in my dream, but I later on realized, oh, this is what I was thinking of last night. I could answer that. It's a critical question. I'm getting answer to the dream. I apply that. I suddenly get that. And what happens sometimes? I am working, for example, on the computer, some work, and I'm doing something. I get some information. Oh, yes, something is wrong. Something is wrong. An indication comes to me. Something you're missing. Something you're missing. Listen. I don't get at that time. But suddenly, oh, I remember. Oh, I review that, what I wrote or thing. So let me review, and I find some error there. Because that power is telling me, actually it's not power, it's my soul itself. Because soul is with you, it works with you. It's your body that soul manages. So my soul is my teacher. My soul is my guide. It edits on me. Oh, you are doing wrong here. Correct. Because after all, soul runs this body. This body is a dead body. Otherwise, there's no soul. If your soul is out, you are dead body. If your soul is there, you are living being, you are robot actually. You are God manufactured robot. So my soul says something wrong, check it. And when I check it, I find, yes, really there is some error caused to this, or some information is coming, I did not care. I benefit on that. Rather than giving to someone else a proof check it, it's proof checking for me. This is work of nature. So I realize that human is too limited in knowledge till now. Despite development of science, development of engineering, every formula is there. Newton was not a scientist, not having any degree, but something came to his mind. You think because of that person? No, because of God something came to his mind. And all scientists develop like that. All develop that way. They are connected to nature because they are plain, they are with God. They have no personal interest. They have no target, I'll sell this science, but it comes to them and they don't abuse that. They don't sell that. That's why it lies with them. So there are some people whom God elects himself for this kind of specific work. Otherwise, all are like social animals. They just live for sake of living, for sake of marriage, for sake of food, children and all that. Normal life of a citizen. 98% people are normal living beings, not specifically appointed. And those who are specifically appointed, they cannot enjoy normal society. That is also true. You can see a student who is very brilliant, who is very, you may say merited student. You will not find that student in some birthday party or in some marriage. No, you will not find that student is really brilliant, because his concentration will not go to that birthday party. Even if it's present there, it will be lost somewhere else, because concentration of mind is working somewhere else. That's what I'm saying. If you have concentration of mind, you are connected to superpower. In spiritualism or in dharma, they say golok, though it's nothing to do with this, I'm just referring to that. This means a secret lok, a secret home for knowledge, from where knowledge comes to you, to everybody. Those who receive, receive. Those who don't receive, don't receive. This is your job to receive or not to receive. God is not your servant. He has given you this, you receive or don't receive, get lost. If you don't receive, what I am saying, that about this issue, I am trying to explain that there is something else behind current situation, that this is a cover-up, this is, Corona is a cover-up, but there is another background behind that, that someone, some police, some military has come, some CBI has come, or whatever name you can call it just for reference, somebody is there throughout the world who is establishing his posts, his offices superficially, and trying to check what you have done in life. If you have done sins, if you have done illegal, he is punishing them. And it is not one day. There are millions of souls working now all over the world, and they would act according to what you have done. I think that's here. And I call that, people may say something which I don't believe. They may call it tantra, they may call it mantra, let them call it. But fact remains that action team has come. Now it has come to world. He's not waiting there, you come and I'll teach you. Now because it's you can say flat crime everywhere, blanket crimes are ongoing, crime against God are going. Not only human crimes, it is human acted against God, so it has come. Because God is not interested to see further deterioration of earth. I think that is my thought to you, that this is just a cover up and something else is happening. If America like country, which we think and everybody thinks is very powerful, if that country comes to ground, people say they have come to knees, I would not say, I would say they have come to grounds, and he has taught them what you are. Don't keep pride that you are everything. They cannot control, and they are in same capacity now as some other country like Bangladesh. No difference. Bangladesh is better, at least they can generate some you can say this kit at least. So they are themselves saying this is going to affect them badly. I am saying it is not affect you badly, it shall affect you totally. It shall affect you totally. Not only America, all. Political leaders are controllers all over the world. And in last 2, 3, 5 years, 10 years, you see a record of these politicians all over the world as they are looters, they are fighting with each other. They have been fighting with each other, and result is obstruction to economy. Now because of them, so much has happened that all the world is out of job. All world is out of job. All world is crammed down, locked down, like that situations happen. First time I think in history is happening. First time that 8 billion people have been affected simultaneously, and they do not know how to move further. And some are saying, some top people are saying, we can't find before of this situation up to 2019 situation in future. They are so scared because everybody loves life. Everybody loves living. First time society is being reconnected. First time people are starting living together in homes. First time people have run away from offices and are working from homes. It's a complete change. Those who never lived without flight from one nation to other, flights are down, everything is down, buses are down, life has come to stand still, and there is no guarantee that it will be resuming its past. What guarantee you have? Those people who never know what is family, what is living together, what is family interaction, they are forced to live together. Is this not a slap on your face? You are always far away from your mother, father, brother, sister, sitting with them but not talking, not thinking them. I am in US and you are there and I am there. This was a pride. I am US settled, I am Canadian settled, I am settled here and settled there, as if this is different world. I am in India and you are in US. What difference does it make? You are on earth. You are not in the sky. But it's a pride. I am this. I am this. I am Canada. My son is Canada settled. They say as if it's achievement. You only go there for development only, for money only, or for some education, nothing else. What achievement you have done? Only tag. Nobody calls I am living on earth. What difference does it make if you are in Atlantic or if you are in Hindi Mahasagar? What difference does it make? It doesn't make any difference. I worked for around 20 years in Gulf countries, Middle East. I never felt like that. Okay, it's for work we came, nothing else. It's not that I get something else. Same type of humans are there, same type of buildings are there. Yes, they have money, they are enjoying it. That's only difference. Otherwise, same thing everywhere. So it's your, you can say, economic maintenance that you go for that. It's not that you should be pride. Oh, I am having pride that I was born here, I am here. What's wrong with that? I was born on earth, I am on earth. If I stay here in Middle East somewhere, ultimately I am on earth. I find everywhere same sun, no different sun. I go to Libya, I saw same sun. When I laid on for hours on Mediterranean Sea, same, no difference, same types of water, same types of waves. There is no difference, same type of roads, same types of somewhere right hand, somewhere left hand. That's only difference, nothing else. Same type human being, color is different, features are different, that's all. So why should we have pride about that? Somebody has advanced, you are not advanced, okay, you will advance all the time. That you can say baseless comparison has no value now. Citizens now living, residents now living in America are also concerned. Same living in Gulf are concerned. Living in Europe are concerned. Living in Bharat are concerned. Where people are not concerned, everywhere we are concerned. Yet, so God had to teach us. It's right time that He is teaching us. I am happy that God is not sleeping. Maybe He was sleeping before, but now no. Because ultimately He is shocked by acts of humanity. What humanity has done? Humanity has abused power given by Almighty. Whole humanity. Just for money. Just for money. How many vehicles we are using, you are clear about that. I think around 1.5 to 2 billion vehicles are working all over the world. In India, in Bharat itself, it is 35 crore vehicles working every day. What does it mean? It means we are burning air, we are burning fuel every day. You just calculate how much fuel you burn, how many air conditioners we use, how many generators we use, how many air conditioned trains we use, how many flights we use. Is it not getting environment polluted? Whose environment it is? Who prepared this air? Who produced this air? Did we make this air? We could not make even a drop of water. How can we make this air? So we are responsible for all this nonsense. No one else. So we must be punished. We deserve this punishment. And that is what God is doing. And God is right, we are wrong. We all are wrong. We have to punish ourselves. Why should God punish us? Why we don't organize ourselves all over the world? Just looting only. Just looting. No worry for future. No worry for sustainability. Children are crying. European children are crying. What nonsense you are doing, you leaders? Our children are not crying in Bharat. They are happy. Those small children, kids, adolescents in Europe, they are crying. We cannot live in these homes. These are fire heated up. In France, this 35 degrees and they can't tolerate. We tolerate here 45 degrees to 50 degrees Celsius. They are crying. We cannot stay in this 35 degrees Celsius because they are used to staying 12, 20 degrees and 15 degrees Celsius. Now they have got deserts in their areas. This means topographically there is change, geotechnically there is change, geographically this is change, and human has to change now. If you still live in this false paradise of your minds, you cannot have any right to live. This is the right time. And they are teaching you, they will teach you, nobody can spare you. Don't worry. Those who don't think for others, maybe political leader or non-political leaders, they have to suffer. This is time now. You will get benefit of your negative or positive actions. You will be beaten, we shall be beaten, and we are being beaten now. Completely in 3-4 months. Complete collapse of world, economic collapse, living collapse, mind collapse. Minds are not working, see. Minds are not working. Forget something else. If my mind is not working because of panic, if I keep in panic, I cannot think. If I have 10 minutes panic, I lose many hours of thinking. You can see that. That's what is happening. And I think everybody has a duty to think about that. No, you may be Indian, you may be American, you are mentally same. No difference. So this is what I was thinking, means there should be something behind. Something behind. And I am sure, I cannot prove it, because this is not my field to prove about soul or about God, but sometimes you have to assume that something could be happening. So I am not worried about that, because I am not a sinner, but I have done also sins, I cannot say no. But those people who are responsible for nations, like those political heads of all countries, they are responsible for deterioration of earth and humanity, because they abuse everything for their sake. You know how many criminal politicians have been arrested so far all over the world? Hardly there is any Satyavadi Harishchandra in this world. There is no Satyavadi Harishchandra. All are corrupt, generally. All. Small country or big country, everybody is involved somewhere. This dishonesty or corruption disease spreads like explosion. Far East, Middle East, Europe, Asia, America are all somewhere, everywhere there is corruption. Economic corruption, political corruption, society corruption, everywhere it is. So you have to suffer, and you shall suffer this way only. Ultimately, if you lose your life, what more sufferance can say? This is last suffering, and people shall face it. Time is changing actually. 2020 is a change year, and it shall move up to 2029 because of Digital 2. And this decade is a change decade, I can say. Change is happening, it's going in different direction. Those who survive shall have to abide by God's rules, means honesty. Not to loot this earth. Respect nature. all disrespected, all just talking, only talking, ecology, environment, this and that, seminars, congresses, G20, that 20, UNO, WHO, this and that, doing nothing, doing nothing. Every time there is meeting, conferences, and the result is zero. Talking of some carbon dioxide, talking of methane, but no action plan. Because they still want to make money. Ask Gulf people, ask Middle East people, why you are pulling so much oil, why you are bailing so much oil, you have enough money, why do you want to more? They want answer. They know that this is against nature, still they want to earn money. They are not stopping. They are thinking only how to raise prices of oil, how to control this so that we can keep getting money free of cost. Ultimately, they are God-gifted people. These oil countries, they got money not because of hard work. They were very poor one time. If you go back to 1930s, they were very poor people. They did not have food. Really, that's a fact. But they got blessings of God and they got oil. After they got oil, they never worked. They enjoyed. And now they are used to enjoying. They are never hard workers. They were hard workers that time indeed. But now no. Sheikhdom, kingdoms, still they want more. They don't need, but they want more and more. What did UK did? You know that? Ruled other countries, looted them, and now they have nothing with them. What I mean to say, you can go to whatever big country, you go to China, you go to US, you will find hunger doesn't go. In name of development, it may be negative development, positive. If in name of development, positive development, fine, they help public, you use this technology for your benefit, for humanity benefit, I agree. But if you do kill each other, this is my nuclear reactor, this is you are bad, you remove your reactor, I keep my reactor, I keep my technology and power. North Korea, you have no right, or Bharat, you have no right. If they think I am only powerful, you are my slave in this way, this is not uniformity of human values. If you want others to destroy, you also destroy yours. Why you want to keep yourself higher? Why? God considers everybody equal. So you are same as I am, but you have proved that you are nothing when you cannot control something. When a stick of God works, your guns voices, your explosion voices all come down. When there is no voice in God's stick, it impacts without any voice. This voiceless voice is working in name of Corona 19. See what number has come. At end of 9 it came 19, but name is 19. WHO selected 19 it by nature. Fire. 9 is a struggle. 9 is fire. 9 is delay. 9 is anger. This is what I am telling you because of some knowledge I have in this world of numbers. And 1 is lead, is entry, exit, leadership. Both are on fire. It's because WHO did not consider all this. They just naturally put name 19. It cannot be removed now. It has been given. You may be 29, but name shall remain 19. You may be 3001, name shall remain 19. This means there is some system that works. So you have to be ready for 19 to face it forever. And I am happy that world is changing, believe me. I may live, I may not live, that's different. But world change transition threshold has reached. We have reached to that threshold where change starts. This is a transition curve we are, and this curve is very difficult to move on. We are driven, we are not driving, remember. We are not driving, we are being driven. If we drive, we can control, we can hold steering, we can use automatic gear or manual gear. We can control, but we are not driving now. On driving seat is someone else. We are passengers, we are prisoners, we are under trial by that power. So everybody is in trial. Trump, you are in trial. Johnson, you are under trial. Zai, you are under trial. Salman, you are under trial. All are, and our also under trial. Under trials we are. Who is going to be punished? Who is not going to be punished? Time would tell. But remember, God does not run away. God is not our Supreme Court who runs away. God is God. It would decide. It will not give any lacuna in justice. It would justice with confirmation. And it will not explain to you. You have to understand yourself why God has decided that. God just sails in and that's it. Whoever you may be, He doesn't care. You may be Hitler. He doesn't care. You may be Ravan. He doesn't care. You may be any damn person. He doesn't care. He did not spare Raktabij. He did not spare anybody. He does not care. Because God is not emotional. God is very much rational. Biggest scientist, biggest doctor, biggest engineer, biggest designer, and biggest artist of the world. No profession that God doesn't know. Because every profession God devised. They call 64 arts. I just refer. I have not seen that. But they say 64 arts God knows. And these arts are accommodated. I libraried in Golok. Golok means secret world of knowledge. Okay, it could be. I have not seen. Maybe it's right. It may not be right. Let us assume it is right. What's wrong with that? Assumption is nothing wrong. We have to be fearful now that God exists. When scientists have no answer, when doctors have no answer, when no one has answer, there is only one answer. And that answer is simple. No other answer. He is, she is, whatever found. So those, I think, should start thinking of that father, mother. That father, mother, God. That He is watching you. You may do crime. You may kill someone else in the name of religion. You have to pay back. Remember. You do any crime, whatever crime, you have to pay back. Sometime in this life or sometime you leave this life. You cannot run away. And there you will not get any undue support as well. On this earth you may get political support. Okay, you get political support. Court may do wrong decision for you. Okay, fine, you can enjoy heal. But what about final decision? Ultimately that is final, because from that you cannot come back. Once you are there, no one can pull you back. That's also a fact. This is what I wanted to share with you today. Very special talk. Because profession may continue, others may continue. This time may not come back again in many lives. This period currently is very powerful learning period. Is very powerful punishment period. Is very powerful in every way. Because world has died actually temporarily. I call it temporary death of economy, death of people, because they are now free mind, some are confused mind, some are depressed mind, even Londoners, white Goras, they are not thinking what to do. Whole Europe is unable to think what to do, Americans cannot tolerate anything as such. They are weak people. China could not understand what I had to do. We are all blaming each other for nothing. Facts nobody knows. Facts is this: examination, investigation, audit and scrutiny. All processes are ongoing, and who is going to be punished next moment nobody knows. Biggest leaders and every lowest person, all are under investigation. I don't worry about lowest profile because they have not done sins. Those people who are in high seats, all will be suffering. All. This is my heart answer, my mind answer, that because they are corrupt, all generally are corrupt. Before there were people, some were corrupt, some were not corrupt. But now I think blanket corruption exists in the whole world. Nobody is honest, nobody is serious. They think of their existence and they don't worry about public. Hardly there are some leaders who worry about public. Nobody cares for public. Public is considered only commodity to be used and thrown away. False promises, false, every action is false. They only care for self, not for others. This is what is happening, and that's why I am thinking that way. My thinking can be wrong, can be right, but till time I think I am right, I feel pleased. And if somebody tells me, no, you are not right, you are not speaking correct, explain to me, I will say sorry, I take my words back, I am not that you are thinking. But till somebody cannot encounter what I am saying, I would stand on what words I have said. I talk to my friend's doctor friend. He says there is nothing confirmation, no confirmation till now. What actually is this? Only jokes, etc., etc., etc. Somebody, I think some person in Rajasthan, he posted on Facebook regarding some owl. I have an owl. If you touch my owl, your virus would go away. Some people like that, and police got that, what you are writing. And person said, it's only joke I did on Facebook. Okay, I am speaking now on Facebook. Come on, police, ask me, I will answer you. This is my opinion. My opinion is some power is working behind scenes. Well, what action can you take against me? Take against me. I am declaring this. I have every right to think. If there is some power, can you deny there is God? Okay, you deny there is no God, finish. Then what is my statement? I believe there is God or I don't believe there is a God. It's up to me. What your FIR will do in this? What is evidence that there is virus? Have you seen that virus? What evidence you have? You don't have evidence. Why do you force me to give evidence when you don't know yourself? Only imagination. Don't do this, don't do this, do this. Alright, that is precautionary measure. That is professional measure. That is control measure. But it doesn't mean what you are saying is right. It doesn't mean that. And it doesn't mean what I am saying is wrong. This is only hope. This is only, you can say, proposal. My mind, my contemplation. I am sharing. Everybody has to think. If you think you get something, if you don't think, you will not get anything. Thinking is an activity required for everything. If you think you'll get something, if you don't think there will be no science, there can be no engineering, if you don't think there can be no people at all, it's only thinking that makes you do something. Otherwise, you can't do anything. That's what I say. I thought that way. What's wrong with that? Stupid, don't stop calling. Many times I have written on Facebook, please don't disturb me. But there is no deficiency of fools in this world. There is no deficiency of stupids in this world. I can say that. People celebrate with firebreakers, firecrackers. When whole world is dying, lakhs of people are dying, and people are celebrating with firecrackers. What nonsense can you say they are? Idiots they are. On that you are celebrating. Is it not idiotic? This is human weakness. They don't understand what they are doing. There are people who dance on Chita. There can be people like that, who enjoy that. This is what is humanity. I think dogs are better, cats are better, crows are better. But human is stupid. A part of humans are stupid. Only arguing regarding religions. Muslim corona, this corona. Stupidity is a limit. I think current stupidity has no limit. Well, my purpose is different. I am just trying to say that we should think, in addition to treatments, also for some spirituality in this moment. Spirituality, not that one you think I am referring to, your own spirituality. That think of God, not formal God, informal God, that something is happening behind scenes. Something is happening that is not exposed to ourselves. That is not declared till now that I am working, but it's working. And remember, God never works exposed, always works behind scenes. Otherwise, there is no secrecy, and God means secrecy. God's work means secrecy. Unexpected that happens, it happens because we never knew it. That's we call it's unexpected, or it's a kind of real magic. That's called God's work. God never discloses its secrets. It's your duty to find that secret, not God's duty. If you feel it, you find it. If you think you find it, or if you have power to generate and find it. That is your job. God helps you, don't forget that. It helps you all time. But if you work, if you don't work, it don't help you. It's not your servant and it come, oh, do work and I help you. No, it won't do that. Automatically it will come if you do something. And if you just want to live just like a mati ka booth, live like mati ka booth, a statue of soil with no soul, with no spirit. If you want to live like that, just like cats live and dogs live. No problem to someone else. If you want to know, I am human being, I have to think, I have to consider something and apply and think and find results on that. Fine, you can do that. This is the difference of humanity. Why we call somebody intellect? It doesn't mean somebody has some different place, but person uses mind. That's why that person is called intelligent. A person who doesn't use mind, you don't call that person Mati Kabu, useless person, thoughtless person. You say that? But that person has no power to use mind. If you use mind, mind is active. If you are passive, your mind is passive, you are passive. But everybody has mind. You cannot complain God did not give you mind. You cannot complain that. You have it. You are using your hands, arms, you use your legs, you use your nose, your eyes, your mouth, your body, your chest, your breast, everything you are using. You are not happy with your mind. This is your problem. But mind is there because this body is for mind. There is no meaning of this body below mind if there is no mind. Function of body is to use mind. This body's purpose is that. And if you say, no, I don't want to use, I don't know, I am under stress, you are under stress because you are not used to mind. Use your mind, you will get answers automatically. Why? We educate ourselves because we want to activate our mind. That is the only purpose. But if you just lock it and never use it, then what does it mean? Those who go to temple, who go to mosque or church, you think they go for minds, they never go for minds. 98% people never go to require more mind or to seek more power. No, they don't go for that. They only go for material benefits. All of them. They do not request God, or they do not, please give us more power to struggle. You have seen someone who's asking God to give struggle in life, or to give hard life, or to give you more knowledge. They never want that. They say, God, I am studying, just get me so many marks, or have me pass, or get me job, or I'm not finding my girl, get me married, only, or get me this much money, I want to do business, my business, or want to promote my business. Other than this, do you demand anything from God? No, nobody demands that. Your only prayer is wealth. I should get more and more and more. But you don't know for what you are getting. That's also a fact. You are getting money. For what you are getting, you don't know. That's a fact. Yes, you may say, my wife is you, my children will use. How long? Are your children so weak? You want to see them so weak, they cannot live themselves? Now, what sort of children are they? If they have to depend on your money, then there is no meaning of children. If your children cannot work, if they cannot think, they don't have capacity to make money or to make living or to do some development, then they will destroy your money also. Just like we have destroyed God. Actually, that's a fact. This earth, 12,500 kilometer ball, solid ball. Do you know that? 12,500 kilometer diameter ball of earth on which we all are staying, and we are having pride of that, despite this is very small. If you compare it to size of solar system in which we are living, if you compare to that one, this is too small. Only 12,500 kilometers ball, and out of that 66% is water body. So what is continental left? Just think of. And that also you are looting. Can you imagine what is sea bottom? Can you think of that? Sea and ocean, there are two terms. Sea means what geology says, this is, if you go down to 4 kilometers, you find bottom of the sea curve. This is sea, say, this is sea level, and this is sea. Bottom is going slope, and bottom is 4 kilometers. And if you go to ocean, bottom is say 10 kilometers. Can you imagine you are standing at that level? Can you stand at level? Just think of. You are standing in this air, 20 kilometer air. Thick air you can say, which we are using actually. This is up to 500 kilometer also in different courses. Many names are there. Tropopause, this pause, exopause, all that. But let us say 20 kilometer in which our flights go and we are respirating. This is our useful air. But if you go below waters, can you think, can you digest that 4 kilometer depth or 10 kilometer depth? I think you will not go there and you cannot digest that even. It's beyond your limits. That is given to us. That is given free of cost to us. And we are using that. This water body, all over world, is full of what? It's full of living creatures. Billions of creatures are living there, which we cannot even think of. We are 8 billion. I don't know how many billion they are. We are living on grounds, but they are living in various depths, varying depths. Maybe some up to half kilometer, some maybe up to 1 kilometer, some maybe up to 2 kilometer, depending on their nature of living. Billions of creatures live there, about whom we do not know, because our science research has not reached to that level. But remember, we are exploring oil from there. We are exploring slug from there for oil. From where we take out petrochemicals and plastics. Do you know that? This plastics comes from those hydrocarbons, and hydrocarbons means oil. We are extracting this wealth from sea bottom, which we call offshore work. We are taking that, and this fossil fuel, does not convert to oil in one day. First thing, this creature lives, and when that creature dies, this decomposes for millions of years, and then you get this fossil fuel in forms of petrochemicals, and we just burn all in 85 years, living small, and I don't think what quantity of reservoir we call that reservoir is available. We never think of that because we are using it. Use we know, we don't know how to preserve it. And that is where God is angry actually. Not only oil, all others we are taking. And fortunately, still we are safe because we cannot go. We are talking of 4 and 10 kilometers of, but what about solid body? What about ocean which is continental? You cannot go in that. Here at least 1 kilometer you can go using submarine, but here I will go. So much may be hidden in that. We can't even think of. Whatever information is available according to geology or rock mechanics or something, very limited knowledge you have. Not extensive knowledge. There may be some books, but all imaginative. We even don't know about seismic, how these earthquakes happens. We cannot even thoroughly know about them. So still earth is safe. We have gone only few kilometers to explore these materials, minerals and chemicals only. Let us say 3 kilometers down, 4 kilometers down, mining some area, taking out coal, or your aluminum ore, or your some other gold mine or silver mining or some other mining, or you are taking all these materials from earth. There are different types of hard material in different areas. We are only economically interested. We are not interested to preserve this earth lithosphere. This solid part and water part is called lithosphere, whereas above is called aerosphere, and this lithosphere and aerosphere, if you combine together, is called earth. This is only for information. I have done this work and written on and submitted on other videos in form of economy, which I will post later on. It's already available on internet, but you people did not care for that. Anyway, no problem. It takes time for everything. Whatever my thoughts regarding this, I have put there in those videos. Those videos, detailed one, you may get some information. I have also put many videos regarding solar system, measurements you can say, which I collected from various sources, and sizes of planets and their speeds and how they relate to each other. That is also there. And I just cannot say discuss, I just calculated, this is just superficially, approximately, which you know many times I told you, Earth is moving on its own axis at 1600 km average per hour, and it is orbiting Sun with a speed of 1.25 lakhs km per hour. This is just calculation. Can you imagine that speed? Can you accept Earth is orbiting Sun at rate 1.25 lakhs kilometers per hour? This, I'm not scientist, I'm not solar scientist, I'm not just mathematical calculation, because I got diameter of Sun, diameter of Earth, and distance between Sun and Earth, and use formula. It's not difficult, everybody can find that. Very easy. Just I'm informing, general knowledge information, that this system is working. So why I'm saying God devised all systems without your aid, without your advice, yet we do not understand this. We do not respect this. We just break this system. How this air was created, we do not know. How nitrogen was generated, we do not know, but this is a part of air. How oxygen was generated, we do not know, but it's a part of air. How argon was generated, we don't know, but it's a part of air. And there's methane, there is so many other percentages, minute percentages, but major is nitrogen, 72 or I think 78%. How could nitrogen come in? It could come only from plants. Means there's complete sequence of scientific knowledge that God knows, that God does. But we try to damage work done by that scientist. God is scientist. There's no scientist that can rise above God. This scientist is defected by ourselves. This scientist's work is abused by ourselves. And then we say, God help us. Did you help God? You did not help God. Why shall God help you? God shall kill you. God shall butcher you. You deserve that. These leaders deserve that. These leaders who damage complete countries, they deserve that. Bush damaged Iraq. Bush damaged Libya. They deserve this treatment. Why they killed that country? Who are they? But they killed because of domination, political domination, nothing else. They are interested. They feel pleased by killing people. They feel pleased by sending bombs, throwing bombs on other countries. They feel happy by that. This means this is devil's happiness. They are devils. They are devils. They do not care for people's happiness. They feel proud in fighting and killing each other. Why shall God be happy with you? You are killing God's work. You are killing God's work. You are exploiting earth wealth. You are exploiting human wealth. You are exploiting everything because you want to have a name. How many leaders are serving societies? Just tell me. Is there some leader in this world currently who serves people? There is no single leader in the world. No single leader. They just want to occupy, consolidate their seats, just like China president did. Forever I shall be president. What shall we call this theory? You want forever? Why forever? Why not after death also? You decide yourself. Even after my death, forever I shall be president. What do you call it? Is it not that pride, useless pride? Putin is thinking, saying, I shall be president up to this time. He is deciding himself. And in our country, bhakts are saying, let this guy be forever. Means we have to that level, which is God's authority to decide who has to lead whom. We have taken position of God ourselves to decide what I shall be. What nonsense. Why you want to be leader forever? You lead first. You don't know spelling of lead. You are not serving humanity. You are serving only yourself. You are not serving humanity. If you had served humanity, these poor people should not have been thrown on road to walk, to go to their homes. You did not think of that for a moment. This means you are not working for people. If poor person who has to work daily and eat daily, if that person is thrown on road to walk to reach home, I reject your leadership. You are a criminal in that case. You are talking of God. Such soul should come to you to teach you. You deserve that treatment. You have no values for humanity because they are poor. They cannot talk to you. Rich can talk to you. Film stars can talk to you. These poor people have no values for you. And your parliament house on which you sit, your house in which you sit, this is done by poor, not by Ambani's hands, by poor hands. Remember. Same thing for Trump. Your country is not developed by your presidency, it's developed by workers. And all for Gulf same. You only spend money. You cannot stand and sun can build it. That's what I'm saying. Leadership has gone mad all over the world. All over the world. So when leaderships go mad, God cannot go mad. Ultimately, it's God's earth. And these persons are also God's production. He has to control his spare parts of this car of worth. this vehicle of earth. All spare parts he would take care of. And if required, he can just take all spare parts, deassemble this car, this vehicle, and make it again. And that's what he's doing. He is going to rehaul this earth's vehicle. This earth vehicle is under rehaul. So you know when it happens, what will happen. Everybody is destabilized and we are being destabilized. Rearrangement is going to work. Rearrangement, general arrangement of this vehicle is going to work, and we do not know. It's already commenced. It is already commenced. A fear among all of virus. A fear. He has created a fear among all. And he is successful. Because he can never be unsuccessful. This fear is everywhere. Keep under fear. I am doing my work. Sometime I will take this, sometime I will take that person, this person. According to my requirement, I'll pull back. You just watch. And it's started. You do lockdown, you do whatever down. Oh, for yourself you do it. I don't bother. What I have to do, I have to do. Why I have changed my mind on this? Reason is that there is some system moving around. It's not localized. Had this situation been localized only to some continent, to some country, I would have not thought of that. Organized work is ongoing. Organized, just like earth is organized. Seas are organized. Plate movements are organized, tectonic plate movements. And earth is organized. System is organized. Humanity is organized. But actions of persons, of people are not organized. To keep them right, to keep them reset. God is working that human actions must be controlled. Whenever there is a problem in this world, where a sins purge, I will be back. God said that. I will reconstruct, I will reset institutions, I will punish all those who are criminals. I will help all those good people who work for me. This is what God says. I am not going to speak in that language, just explanatory language to communicate, because just the reference is no meaning all time. God always says that you help yourself first, because you are my representative. Move further, I am behind you. I cannot come directly because there are some limitations. My laws are different. You are my exposer. You are my eyes, you are my mind. Do it, I am there. If you don't do it, I'll bring someone else, I'll kick you out. Simple. God is always straightforward. It doesn't go helical spring way, it goes straight. So, God is not worried of you. Why should God face you? He says, get lost if you are not doing anything. I am doing my job. And that job has started. He doesn't bother what you are. If you do good, you will get good. Simple. If you do bad, you will get bad. That is what God says. This is, I understand. What I understand. I am not saying I am telling you something extraordinary or outstandingly defined. It's just very normal situation. But I feel something is moving. Otherwise, if it was only virus, it would have told us what I am. It is not telling us what it is. It's just operating without fail. Without fail. There are lakhs of scientists in this world, thousands of scholars in this world who are more than scientists, and millions of doctors in this world. Yet, secrecy is uncovered. Means, work is moving on. Of course, we are calling, so many have died. So many are in line for God. Thousands die, millions die, crores dies, on God's help, there's no problem. Because you are born to die. Not today, tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. Everybody has to die. So, God does not take into consideration specifically what He is doing. It is on move and it is on move. So, I should say, we should start thinking in a different way and not just repeat what these political scoundrels all over the world they tell us do. They are not our gods. They are our servants, but they have stopped serving us, so they have stopped doing service for us. So we should ignore them. They are not our guides now. I am telling for all. They are only interested in themselves. Thus, they are making rules, they are making regulations. This is their job, let them make rules, regulations. Because fear. Because of fear. But God is doing its job. Keep this in mind. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe I am not speaking lie. I am not speaking correctly. I can assume that. But what I am feeling, what I am thinking, or I am weaving, not only thinking, I am mentally weaving that. I did not disclose, actually I experienced that. Because I cannot prove it. I have not that much power to prove it, but I experienced that in my own envelope, in my own world, individual world. I experience this. That's why I am trying to share that such kind of actions are underway, and maybe change is starting now, and when it progresses, when it moves, and where it goes, time would tell. I cannot say, but something is ongoing. This was my part of this corona today, and I talk it separately also, because in combination with, because this is very important issue actually, not currently in history itself, it shall stand as very significant one, where people failed at that time towards this. Your medicines failed, your everything failed, and when everything fails and everything closed down, every shutter is down, and your communication is all down, if people are not able to understand throughout what to do, leadership has failed, then naturally we are bound to think, and then we leave something to God when we are not able to do something. We say, let God take care of this. This is common view, that ultimately at that time only we realize what God is. Just like when you go to attend some funeral in cremation ground or in your graveyard, you try to know what life is. That day you know we have to go back, but just you come out of that cremation ground or graveyard, you forget what you did there and start living again in same pattern. So that is normal situation with every sound mind. But here question is not sound mind, question is some contemplation. When I say contemplation, it is something individuality. Means your own thinking. You are designing some plate in your mind, some template in your mind on which you concentrate, which is your thought. It cannot be contemplated someone else. Someone else would contemplate his own thoughts. And if you are successful in your thoughts, you get some reply, you get some conclusion that there's a probability as such, and out of those probability there will be 1% that comes out to be true. That's what it's all about. I think you're all intellectuals. I assume that you all intellectuals, you should think on this. Maybe you think more than my capacity, I hope. Your capacity may be better than me. Your controls may be more, your opinions may be more clearer than what I have. You have more power, spiritual power. Or you are linked to God directly. I'm not. I'm saying we are all human beings. Earth is for us. We have to think a little differently. And we should not depend upon these clueless people. because sometimes something is meant for you, remember. Something is meant for someone in this world, and maybe that is helpful for you. If not today, tomorrow. That is my solo purpose. I talk to people at least to share something which might be you know before, or might not be, you know nothing about that. So I usually think like that, not only in this corona, generally I think like that. I have some type of this soul anguish in my mind that comes out and tells me you do this. Not because of profession or not because of something else, because of natural arrangement. It's my habit to think like that. And I am criticized also very well. And I feel happy if I am criticized, that at least somebody is thinking on that. Reading something or listening something and criticizing, this means I am indirectly being heard. That is one success. There may be criticism, but hearing is there. Sequence is more important than result, remember. Karam kiye ja phal ki chinta mat kar. What does it mean? Think on what does it mean. Do your work, don't worry about fruits. This is what Dharma says. I am not pointing out which Dharma says. Work without worrying of result. That is life. Because you cannot guarantee result. That is also true. How can you guarantee something which you initiate that it will lead to that one? But one thing is certain, your work, whatever you do, a part of whole or one sequence of 10, your action is work. And that action, when you do act, it results in something or next sequence. That not my final one. There will be another sequence. Then there will be another sequence. Like that chain of sequences move. Just like serial number 1, 2, 3, 4, like. Your one action, there's a reaction or a result, you can say. There's a result, that is your action 2. A result of 1. Action 2 is a result of 1. Action 3 is a result of 2. Action 4 result of 3. There is a serial number, action and results, action and result, action and results. That is fruit. Don't think that last you have to wait. Serial number development itself is a sequence making, and that sequence is fruit for past action. Then this fruit becomes action, and last one, next one becomes fruit. It moves on like that. This means nothing can happen in one action only. Many actions in sequence are required for last result, or that can be called final result or semi-result, or further development, information or resource. Maybe you make it resource for another research. That is what life is about. That is what life is about. Some scientist comes, they do something, they go, another comes, he develops that, he goes. Whole world is moving like that. Nothing can be done in a day. It cannot be done in one day. It moves like that. Scientists cannot become in one day. You have to take birth, you have to study, you have to grow up, then you have to learn, and then you get something. It is sequence. So is that we did some sequential wrong work, and we will get sequential answers. That is phenomena of work. All that you know very well. How many friends are there? Notice how many friends are there really. I was just speaking, did not think. Well, no problem, who is there? It's difficult to read sometimes. Mr. Bhawarlal, you are welcome. Mr. Charan Singh, you are welcome. Mr. Abdullah Shah, you are welcome. Whoever is there, I think. Who is there? I don't find anybody else. No problem, who is there? Now, this is all about, I am going now back to normal subject of management, which is project management. In fact, everything is project in life. Project, when we say There can be millions of projects, there can be crores of projects, but phenomenon is same. I don't depend upon education of management. I don't confine to that one because that is never complete. Management itself says you devise a system. You have to yourself devise a system. Example, a very small shop. A person is running a very small shop, tea shop, milk shop or whatever. That person knows ins and out of that. What sequences should be, how one has to manage, how one has to buy something and sell something, what are all activities required, what rate to buy, what rate to sell and how to keep it. This all is sequence of procedure. And this is actually management. How you manage something, how you deal something, technically or non-technically, or there is some education involved in that, or it's just education by experience. This is all management. Means management nothing new that you have to learn something specifically if you know ins and outs of that. But that learning teaches you refinement of system, that you can move forward if you know that system. You can amend that system and re-energize that or re-establish that. That's only education of management. I don't think more than it can tell you profit, it can tell you losses, it can teach you how to develop it further or how to expand it or how to make your advancement. That is what they teach. Otherwise, you yourself learn. You have to learn yourself what is management. And in every field, there is a management, but it depends upon activities of that field. Management is nothing new. It's nothing new. We know all. Everybody manages. Everyone. When you have vast management, you are a vast person. You have small management, you are a small person. But management is management. So I started this talk because of that. I know there are many management degrees, many management certificates, but that is only that you know something about that. It doesn't mean you know everything about that. But don't forget that managements are created also. In your field, you manage yourself. You create something new, establish yourself. You devise your system yourself, or you follow some other system. There are only two ways. Either you follow some system, or you devise your own system if you cannot do that, if you are allowed to do that. Got my point? Example is management in every field. Every field there is management. Some call it governance, some call it something, but this management, engineering management, medical management, they say we are doing, this is management. Every doctor says this type of management, this procedure. They say this management, medical management, injection is a management. Everything is a management. In our country, there is a constitution which is a management actually. If you just think what is that, that is mandated management. You have to follow this. Same thing is mandated management in medical science. You have to operate this according to these procedures. If you don't follow that, it's violation of that rules. In engineering also there is management. You have to devise this. You have to design this according to this formula or according to this system, this procedures or this method. And if you violate that, you shall be prosecuted. There are codes, there are theories, there are formulas, and then device methods all come under purview of management. You have to learn that as a part of design or as part of doing on sites. That's management. So I am just trying to share with those. This is not atom bomb first of all. This is ordinary. Ordinary system, either you devise or you follow. Generally it is devised because in engineering and particularly in both designs and in construction, nothing is fixed. You have to deal with your own. There is no binding except following rules. Methods can be changed. Methods can be optional. Just like in designs, formula is there. You have to use that. You cannot say I am not using that. But how to devise a building is not binding. You devise your way. What size you want to take of these elements. There is a limitation on forces, on loads, that is depending on that use. But further that, there is also option. You can take your judgment. If there is specific allowance, you use that and mention I am using this allowance. This means there is a room to change or adopt something. So that is more responsible than where you are completely bound. Where there is no option, you cannot adapt something your way. Here you can. So you do that on your own. This means you are taking additional responsibility to that which is defined. This means you are enduring something on your work. And that is your responsibility. And your responsibility must be transferred to some other responsibility correctly. If that responsibility you are taking for designs, that must be transferred to that person who is doing that in field. That relation must be established. If that relation is not established, your design ruptures in its beginning. I cannot move en route, and even if he moves en route to that person who works there on site virtually and physically, that person does not do that way, it's again ruptured. This means whatever you design, this vehicle did not reach to its final carport. When it's not reached there, your carport is useless, your car is useless. Because that person did something else on his own or could misinterpret what you designed for. That is where failure do occur. Failures do occur. Those failures must be avoided. How do we avoid them? That is what we have to define. And that's where we are talking about. Sometimes I talk as without thinking. You may say, yes, I talk without thinking. It's not necessary to think for everything. Sometimes you just generate when you talk because you have experience. Nothing can be written. If what I talk, I write that, it will take 10 times when I am speaking. And concentration depends on your speed of speaking or writing. If I am writing something, I have to concentrate on writing first. Then I have to think what I am thinking. I have to bring that to my mind from and to pen. So speed is reduced. Then I have to check again further reduction of writing. So it is precise one or expanded one, depends on the. So what to do? I cannot withdraw when I talk. There's a difference. There's a benefit here. I can edit and reduce that writing or enlarge that writing. I can summarize that or expand that depending upon situation. So purpose is communication. Whatever way, if I am not able to communicate to reader or to those who are viewers, my talk or my writing walk both go waste. If I am not understood by you, there's no meaning of talk. Then you say, oh, wasting time, doing nothing, useless guy. Yes, you have right to say. That is what I try to elaborate everything. It may take some time, but message if you get, that's important. I have to stress on myself to explain to you as much as possible so that communication is clear. For that I have to work more. Yes, you have to work more. I cannot assume what I speak you get. That's why I have to simplify my language, use such words which are commonly understood. Not like editorials. They complicate for nothing, everything. Just to show I know this much English. Question is not of language. Question is of getting communication. Getting message, that is important. It may be in writing or it may be in speech. Only benefit of speech is that you are transmitting your message faster. And people listen better than, it's difficult for everybody to read. Now culture has changed, though it may recome back, but it's changed. People feel stress in reading. They feel stress. This I have observed. Either write on video text here or on post on Facebook or somewhere. People do not like to read something. They can listen. Because you are sleeping, you can listen. You are taking food, you can listen. You are traveling, you can listen. But for reading, you have to sit together and read. So it is little inconvenience to modern weak people. There was a time everybody used to read books. No television, no computer. I am a witness of that. That we used to first buy books or arrange books or go to library, get from there, then sit and read and understand and make notes, important notes. Means they run intensive exercise of recording what we have to study, and then we have to read those notes, and based on that we have to have examinations. So read book, make notes, or again read books. Of course this was beneficial in a sense that we never forgot once or twice that we read. If you read once, twice, and then write, I think you program that. And you sometimes remember, yes, I had written that in that sense, so that's correct word here. Indirectly, that was a better treatment for a student. Now it's not that. I'll go and appear in an objective examination, I'll work. There was no objective examination that time. No objective class, no objective examination. Write everything, write this essay, write this 10 short stories, write this and write that. That was activation of mind. Now there is no activation of mind. Cramming. Cram it, pass it, and that's all. Your destiny is passing examination. That's all. I find some lacuna in that. When I compare it to our times study and now studies, I find today we are deteriorating. Our youth, our students do not know. They just speak in short language. They can't even write full language. Just like you say, if it's write for you, they write for and you. They are so busy, they cannot write for you, they write for and you. What purpose is there, I don't know. Something is in your mind, doesn't mean the other guy understands that. So communication is unclear, incomplete. That's why I am stressing on communication, which is a part, very much part of supporting management. I am saying supporting management, it's also a part of management. Management basics are 3 points which you have to control, and then supporting point to support this 3 points. That is cost factor, time factor, quality factor. With this triangular 3 points, you have to move, and with these points, under these points, all other points have to move. If we do not understand these 3 factors and take into consideration all these points, what is cost on this project and what is time for this project and what's quality of product, all these required supports of all our criteria. Communication is a part of that one, risk is a part of that one, opportunity is a part of that one, resources is a part of that one, scope is there, objective is there, every other parameter is there. That's what criteria we have. These are basics. And if you miss one of them, you miss everything. And think, if your communication collapses, communication, whether it is in speech or it is in writing or it is in photograph or whatsoever it be, it collapses if communication collapses. Then other end guy who's going to use, he may not have time to recontact you, so he will assume, I take this way. And that person takes his way, and your efforts go in vain. Think that way. That is most important way. And remember, mistaken communication is very dangerous. drying up. Temperature is 20, I think 22 in morning time. So what I'm stating is, communication is an important factor in every activity, and if you are miscommunicated or there's a lapse and there is no absorption after that, there's no room to correct that one. Communication is final and binding, though it is incorrect. None can help each other. Work is done. If work is done, that person who designed it, who spent a lot of time on that, has failed. This work has gone waste if you did your way. This means communication was incomplete and coordination too failed. Coordination is a part of executive communication. We have to generate our own terms, forget what books say. If teacher fails to communicate to a student and the student hesitates to ask, what shall be the result? Only left portion for student is cram it, whatever teacher says, cram it for passing. An objective of study to pass examination and promote other class, progress to other class. That's only objective. But that objective for Caesar is always there. Next also he would do that. Oh, I have to pass. No problem. If teacher fails, I feel shame in asking him, explain to me again. Every student is not courageous or not open. So that habit of cramming goes on and on and on. You just cram and pass examination but learn nothing. Concept is not clear, you pass examination. Formula is not clear, but you attempt examination. You get certificate of degree. But you are not filled in field. Where is failure? Industry says your professional knows nothing. They may recruit it based on certificate, tag. But when you come to work, you are detached. The person who is giving you something, that person expects in return something, and that something is failure. Nobody shall pay you for failure. Therefore, study should be clear, thorough. What happens? They don't study thoroughly, and those who study thoroughly, they use that in life, whole life, because your concept which is clear during your education time is your wealth. Do not relate it to your marks obtained, do not relate it to grade obtained, but relate to you what you understood. This is my experience I am telling you. I talk to some student of every standards, and this information I am getting from them is not uniform. People are clear, they got marks, they got grades, but they know nothing. Within 2 months or 1 month of summer vacation, they are blank. And those who studied and thoroughly studied, they know something. There where difference lies. So merit is not earned by cramming, merit is earned by understanding. A student who goes second class doesn't mean he is duffer, and who got distinction he doesn't mean he is intelligent. No, because our evaluation method is defective. Defective, completely defective. If you don't write and understand well, if you don't write something many times, you cannot write that in examination. But unfortunately, examination also different now. Teachers don't scrutinize technically. Teachers don't teach properly because they were not educated accordingly. This is only example I am giving you. This is not that I am referring to where weakness lies. This moves into every field, and it moves into profession of engineering field, profession of medical field, everywhere it moves to. I am surprised when I see some engineering graduate or postgraduate or someone who is commanding position, and if that someone cannot write a letter, that time I realized that there is some defect in education, particularly in communication. You know your problem, you know how to raise this problem, you know how to get this answer from someone else, but you are not able to communicate. You need some other support to communicate. This means you are dependent on someone else, but you cannot communicate what is in your mind to that person who is in support. So that person supports something differently. So there is communication failure. This failure is very dangerous. Communication failure. They later on call, oh, we could not understand it properly, and there is some news out, wrong news out, or wrong message out, and work is done accordingly. There is no much reconsideration, there is no much review. Time is short and work is not done by incorrect communication. That's what I am saying. Project management is depend on communication. Communication not only letter or messages, it is written on drawings. There's also communication. Your drawing itself is a communication. If there's an incorrect drawing or incorrect detail, means it is lapse of your work. Communication on site, communication in management, communication in contracts, everywhere it counts. And then site instruction, what you have to instruct your people, what you have to instruct your foreman or your engineer, and how you coordinate with all others dealing with you. This is great work, or you can say failure of work, both. If you are successful, you are great successful because you created something, you developed something from natural materials. You manufacture technically, you work technically, and it shall be used by people for their life. So it's an achievement that way. Maybe you are not there, but achievement stands, your building or your structure stands, people shall use that. And if it is not that way, it should have been, then you shall regret forever. People may not know what mistake you have caused, but you know what mistake is there. It shall not allow you peace throughout your life. A judge who delivers mistaken judgment always keeps in mind, maybe he has given hundreds of judgments, but that judgment where he caused injustice is always remains in his mind as an attack. I had done this injustice, I should not have done. That does not go out of his mind, because that's he did carelessly. Same applies to everybody. If you are illegally done, if you are mistakenly done, or if you could not understand that time, you're not very clear about that, but you did. This is equal to corruption. Corruption of activity, not of money. That's where I am interested to share my knowledge of, little knowledge I should say, not my knowledge, little knowledge based on experience, based on no theory. Because those authors who write books, they are generally professors, lecturers. They are not field-oriented people. They have no major exposure from reality of life, but from academics only. Those academic books are fine, for that they are okay, but as far as virtual books or practical orientation books are concerned, I do not, with regard, respect them for production of practical literature. Catalog or literature, academics is fine, they are masters of that, but as far as practicality of life is concerned, only field people, experience on works can write something. And it's also unfortunate that those field people do not have any interest in this scenario of writing, which is very important. And if your experience is not reached to young generation or to budding professionals, you cannot say that you cause justice to yourself. I did not have chance to learn from such books because no books were available. We had to learn from people, and we learned from people, from all levels of people, not from high or low, all levels. And you can learn only when you interact with them. If you keep distant from them, you cannot learn that. This means those who work in front line, those who work in front line of profession, they are exposed to learning much more opportunistically than those who sit at back end, back office. They can just imagine only. They do not learn practice. They should, but they do not. Because to learn you have to come to field. You have to stand in sun. You have to accept all weathers, all struggles. Only then you can learn. But those who are not used to that kind of struggle, they can never learn. And there where defect lies, because I am design oriented, I am planning oriented, I am quantity oriented, I am this oriented, I am that oriented. That orientation does not help in profession. You have to be receptive of all kind of situations. Only then you can with the truth say that you are a professional. Otherwise you are a part professional, not full professional. That's what I stressed before. So I talked before in this regard, management regard, because my management is having different definition, not like what you have. My management is vast, not limited. Those PMP type is not that. I am not PMP type talking. I am talking engineering type, not PMP type. I say engineering management, not PMP. I am not criticizing PMP. No, not that. But I am saying my product which I am delivering to public in whatever form is amalgamation of all stages from conception to construction. All stages. That is a combination of initiation, feed, design, approvals, bidding and award, and then work, and then final delivery. That is called engineering management. Complete route of engineering this covers. This is not simply project management. This is much more than that. If there is a defect somewhere in one stage, in this train, their defect applies everywhere. That defects, it cannot be identified, cannot be eliminated, and it continues as a part of all stages and accumulates into delivery. That is required to be very well understood, identified and eliminated. This is not simply scheduling I am talking. It's not simply activity list. It's not simply time frame. No. That is only scheduling. That's only planner study. It's not planning here. It's complete box and also out of box. I'm talking. With maturity, with clarity, and with comprehension and total quality, we have to deliver our hard work to public. There is no measurement of that hard work, only feeling, only purview that I did that. It cannot be measured to what money you get. No, it can't be compared to that. Money is different. What money you get, that is different. I'm not talking of that. Sometimes you do free of cost also. So where is question of money? But how much input you incorporated into that is most important. How much honesty, how much sincerity, how much engineering, how much management, and how much humanity you incorporated into that is more important, more reliable. that point, if we cannot understand as engineers or professionals, it's not book knowledge alone, it's varying knowledge, completely varying knowledge, depending upon subject, depending upon time, depending upon technology, and depending upon resources you are having, and all then converge into project delivery, that is management. Various factors are involved together with domination of few and support of all others. That is management. If you can do that, you can say that you are a manager. And that's why we say generally that an engineer can be a manager successfully, but a manager who is not an engineer cannot be an engineer. I have seen many books. I have argued with many graduates who are not engineering graduates but management graduates. Management also not MBAs but just PMP, and also MBA same, I don't find any difference. MBA has nothing to do with project, but they involve themselves, they try to involve, let them involve, no mind. But when question comes to engineering decisions, they keep off. Well, there's a drawback then. If a question comes to engineering making decision, why do you run away? Why do you say this guy would respond? Why should that guy respond when you are manager? If I am an engineer, you are my manager, it's your responsibility to make decision. Why do you shed your responsibility to me? You are liable, I am not liable. But you say, no, I have to answer. If I have to answer to correct a problem, then what's your purpose? Why you are taking salary? Why you are there? This means you are a misfit. You just want to administer. Are you postmaster? No, you are not postmaster. I have seen many people who say, I am manager. Can I ask them, define your manager? They say, I take this information, I take this information, this one, I take that, I take information from 4 or 5 people and review and summary. Is this management? I don't think so. This is not management. Where is responsibility? Where is responsibility? Tell me that. Are you liable? You are not liable. Now what is your responsibility? Responsibility means a competency. Competency demands responsibility. Competency demands reliability. It asks a question, you have to answer. You have to say, yes, I have done this. I am responsible for this. If you are not responsible, you are not manager. You are nothing. You shed responsibility to junior. Why management says senior is responsible, not junior? This is what management is. Why do you throw responsibility on lower person? You should take responsibility, you are higher person. Here my clashes. I talk to many PMPs during debates on internet. Tell me if this happens. No, this is not my job. This is job of that engineer. That engineer would do it and I would say I've done it. I have just to expose, just to submit project. This is delivered. Project is delivered. Your job is project is delivered. Project is delivered. You are not delivered. But you are claiming your manager. If project is delivered, who delivered it? This means you delivered. You are saying I delivered that project. But you don't know ABC of that project. How delivered that? My claim is here. Why unfit is there? Why should unfit be there? Right man for right job means principle of profession. I am saying right man for right job. If right man for right job is not placed, your project shall be crumbled. Shall not be uniformly built. It shall be heterogeneous. It shall be, what you call it, Bhanumati ka pitara. Yes. It shall be Bhanumati ka pitara. Something from here, something from there, and ultimately nothing. No integrity, no uniformity, no pluralism in that. No consistency in that. assembly only. Some part works for 5 years, some part works for 1 year, some part works for 10 years, some part works for 6 months, and you are warranting for 10 years. How can you warranty for 10 years for a product which can work only for 1 year? Then they will exempt it, this is exempted from this warranty, this exempted from this warranty, you have to pay separately for that. Now what's purpose of that delivery if I have to act differently on everything? My explanation means be correct, be responsible. Otherwise, you have no responsibility. You are just a misplaced person, misfit. Management does not accept any misfit. Management means governance, actually, to be very frank. Engineering governance. That is management. When you govern something, you are directly responsible. When I design something, it's my responsibility. It's not other person's. I have assumed, I have used codes, I have used this formula, I have taken into my consideration each and every parameter, and with consideration, with assumptions of some theories and principles, I design. So when I design something, it's my responsibility. I cannot shed that. If I shed that, yes, now this is my responsibility, I have worked based on this information, then you are not responsible. Even if you have used some information from some source, you are required to verify that's power, that's integrity, or it's fake information. Even if you suppose something, you suppose it should be based on your experience. You must take factor of safety in that to cover yourself. Then you can say, yes, I am responsible. Otherwise, you are not competent. A person who gives designs for implementation and a person who receives that design for implementation, you cannot simply throw that package to that person and come out. That's not management. I gave you this drawing, you did not study that. No, you cannot say that. You did not monitor that, that's your fault. You were required to monitor that. Either you or someone through you was required to monitor from time to time what was being done. Or else you cannot hold that person responsible, because there would be any misinterpretations, misconstructions, or misunderstanding of whatever type. That point must be clear to professionals who are in designs and who are in construction. Design is difficult, we know. It's not easy, everybody knows. We know as engineers, design takes time, you have to think a lot and you have to apply. Of course software is there, but software is not responsible. What you feed in that is responsible. Software is support. And if your assumption is wrong, what can software do? Software may warn you even sometimes, but not necessarily it warns. But what is happening, what it happens on site, whose responsibility is that? It is your responsibility. If you fail to communicate with them, yes, if you talk to that person who is working on site, if you deal with him from to time, certainly that person shall suggest something to you if there is a problem on site, or if there is expected problem on site. Based on that person's experience, you can interact, and you may require to change some details, you can change. Or if you say no, it's not required, that person shall abide by what you say, and work shall be done according to requirement. You in that case say that both are working as team. But if you say, no, I give you design, the response will go, I don't care for that, you cannot hold that person responsible. If that person finds a problem, nobody is there to solve that, that person will choose to do easy work. Nobody likes to invite problems for nothing. Because objective of a site person is to complete work in time. That is not your objective. Your objective is deadline for delivery of design, not for real work. And remember, design is not real work. It is an imagination for practical implementation. It's your thought, your process, you have reflected on drawings, but that must reach that person who is producing that work. There is no conflict if it's fine, but that person is not designer. That person understand what you have done. That person has to intimate and implement that on site. And that person can misconstrue your drawings. That person can be confused one. Or there may be hundreds of hand change on that design on site. There are sites where people come and go, engineers come and go. No one is there from the start of project to land. And this means there can be miscommunication everywhere. There are chances. There are possibilities that there is no sequence available on site, no full information on site, no further information, and this misinformation causes defects in work. That's what point we have to be clearly of understanding. If we understand that point, that we have to avoid mistakes, that we can do. This is general thinking I'm telling you. I faced many problems on site because of drawings. Though I am also a designer, I know there is a problem. Mistakes do happen. But if there is no further communication for clarification, this design goes as wrong it is into works. If I have to raise a question, if designer does not answer that due to some reason, or that designer is not available who did the original work, and there is no information in file in which he designed that this was designed based on this, then clarification never comes in. It was piled down, but works thus on site. If one drawing you make, you design, I know design is very difficult, I know it. Design is difficult and detailing is also more difficult. But I have a question on that as siteman. I want answer. I am confused. I don't know what is best in this one. What you thought? Or this detail is not matching with that detail. There's a difference. There's a clash among various details. I need clarification. I am not getting. Then I will assume something and do it. Finish. Because I have to deliver a project. Then later on the investigation. Why you did not raise this question? Why you did not ask this? This will happen later on. I would have no answer. I would say it was time we had to do it and we did. Why should we wait? That would be my answer. Then you would say, why you did not ask me? Why you asked me? Means complete confusion, but work has been done. What has been done? What to do? It has been done. You have to accept that work. Or do it again. That's all. Can you do it again? You can't do it again. After all, it's a question of money and time. That's why I'm saying management is not that easy as we think it is. It's not that easy. My attempt is that you should realize professional work and non-professional work. Buildings are constructed, bridges are constructed, pipeline work is constructed, roads, everything is constructed all over the world. But if it is defective, it doesn't perform to requirement, it doesn't give you delivery, what is required, then what's the meaning of that professional construction? This is only construction, not reliable construction. Reliable means totally professional. It was designed for something, for some purpose, with some intention. It should fulfill that. It should not only fulfill with power, with constraints of safety, serviceability, durability. These three requirements must be valued. That it should be safe, whatever you do. It should be serviceable. It should serve purpose for which you did that. And it should serve for at least that duration you assumed or designed that this would work for this duration. It's similar strength with similar service with no change in service exponent. That is called professionalism. Reliability, reliability, on which you can reliable again, we can rely on that product again with full confidence that this is safe and this is working, this is functioning. That factor we have to keep in mind while doing work of design or doing work in field of construction. If your lines, if your work of roads, if your flyovers or whatever, there is a defect in performance, then how can you check it? You cannot check it. If there is a receiver line which doesn't have correct grade, it chalks. If there is a water line which doesn't work in its pressure, it leaks. There is no meaning of that. You know oil lines leak, it happens. Why? Defective work. Somewhere something is defective. If your building tilts, why? Something is somewhere defective. If there is a settlement in building, why? Something is somewhere defective. All these points must be kept in mind. Defects do happen, but with some limitations. If your work as a whole is defective, if building is tilting, say, it's not collapsing, it's more dangerous than collapsing. Ultimately, something is wrong somewhere. That should have not been happened. What happened? Sense of lapse somewhere, which people, common people cannot decide. Only professionals' headache it is. It's the baby of that designer and that person who was responsible for construction. Means why they did not take that value into consideration. That requirement was very important, but they missed. For what they missed, only they can answer. Sometimes we keep time value more important than technical value. And you say, no, we don't have time to do it. That time we have anxiety. Where to do it? Where to deliver it? Minister is coming. Shall minister save it from collapse? If you deliver that, can you prevent people using that building to collapse to save them? Can you advance do something in them? You cannot do anything in advance. Because something goes out of your domain. Even if it is your domain, you can't do something on that. That is why work management, you may say, project management or construction management is more powerful, more dangerous, particularly in our country, India, Bharat, where people do not respect systems. People do not respect engineering. People do not respect honesty, do not respect work value. They have no culture of professionalism, and result is very dangerous. You will find only this degree of carelessness in our country that they say no problem. Some ghost came and he tilted that building. We say that. Some evil spirit came and that dictated this, and that evil spirit who? That evil spirit either is designer or is person who is doing that, or there is someone head on their head, and that is politician or someone else. That doesn't come in picture. If that is there, these politicians do not come in picture, they will not shield you, then why do you depend upon them? Why don't you do your job correctly? Here is a problem. I want to do job, but I am not allowed to do job. Because there is something wrong somewhere, everywhere system is wrong. Contractor wants his profit, those in government, they want their referee profit. Where is problem? Everywhere is problem. Who shall take care of that? Ultimately, when something is wrong, hold contractor or hold engineer, put them in jail. Nobody shall put those people who actually force them to do in jail. That's also a fact of life. So, I am just telling I am just suggesting to those who are involved in such professions of designs and working on designs practically, that do not lose your grips on your nuts and bolts. Keep snug tight. Otherwise, you would be out of your own controls. They shall run away. They have no responsibility. Question shall be raised to you only. If there's a design failure, you designer would be held. If there's work failure, you will be accountable, no one else. So why do you play on no one else use their benefits? Why don't you think public benefit? Why don't you take safety benefit? Why don't you take for that work benefit? That's only my explanation. Then don't sell your soul to hands of corrupt people. Don't sell yourself. But you say, if I don't do it, somebody else would sell. Well, I cannot answer that question. That is beyond my control. My suggestion is, respect your profession and respect your work, because one day you have also to go, just like everybody goes. There, your politician would not be available to help you when question comes to you from that power which you cannot conflict or encounter. Just remember that. This was my small message for management, which is very, very important in our life, for everybody, and in whole life of society. Because ultimately it is society that would use your work. It may be in this country or in some other country. It's society only that is going to use your hard work. They may not say you are bad or you are wrong until the fact comes in. You may not be there at that time, but some bloody person was there, he did all that, and he would say, oh, he might have taken a lot of money and he looted this and did nothing for this project and run away. So they will talk like this without knowing what they are talking about, without even knowing what was the responsibility of this person and what he did. You would earn certainly a bad name in that case, and people are earning. There are screwed, I know, but there are good people also, but they do not understand their value. They also submit. But there is a limit. That limit we have to say. Within constraints, you can go to some direction, but safety must be ascertained. That is most important. If your structural safety is intact, if its functions are intact, it is safe in every respect, though there may be defect in 5 to 10% quality, yet it works. That can save you. That can save you. But for that also you have to be honest. And that honesty lies in management of quality in construction project. Management of quality system along with quality criteria is very much required. That is what we are talking about, and that is very much required. Mr. Deparker, your Mr. Deparker, welcome, and Avinash Kumar Singh. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Well, now I'll come back to point of interacting with quality assurance requirement that we were taking up last time, and I think I was on walls. I remember I was on RCC walls. Let us go one by one, so that actually I want to explain everything, because just keeping pointed talk does not mean anything. So RCC column works, and this is RCC wall works. Yes, I think I was on RCC wall works. So column works I had discussed, I would discuss something else also in that if time permits. I was concentrating last time on walls, and it was that pull my fan first. I'm a little cold inside. I'll get little position so the sun doesn't come into me. Yeah. Yes. So it's checklist for RCC walls work. It's item 11. It was ensure scaffolding work. Yes, ensure scaffolding with working platform is in position for access on both sides of walls of for preparatory works. And then it was ensure rebar fixing is correct to requirement. Overlap should be fixed correct to specifications, and lowest linking should start. Lowest links, I mean to say, links means connections to main bars in form of link or some other. Lowest link should start at half of spacing location from structural levels, and ensure rebars be well tightened and maintained in plumb. Ensure that all U-shaped bars or even if so required rings are rightly fixed in position and well secured or anchored. Ensure rebars are clean and free from rust. Ensure sacrificial anode is fixed if so required. Ensure touch-up paint is applied in case of epoxy-coated rebars. Ensure electrical and other required inserts are fixed and approved. Ensure all concrete spacers are placed in position on both sides. Try to avoid excessive spacers within wall main body if not so required. Check that these spacers are fixed on top portion out of top of concrete. Ensure all inspection before closing rebars by formwork. Check whether or not starter or kicker is convenient. Preferably it should be avoided. Check forms are fixed in position correctly. Check side supporting system intact at one side where bolts are used. Check grid offset thread lines are available. Check from both axes reference to ascertain wall location. Check tie bolts are fixed preferably inside of wall section. Check that these bolts pass through plastic sleeve with bosses at ends. Do not tighten them immediately but after ensuring location and plumb. Top inclined support is meant for keeping forms in position. Middle support located and fixed at 1/3 from bottom is meant for resisting resultant fluid pressure during pour. Bottom horizontal support is meant for holding formwork foot. Check whether or not heavy plumb bobs are hung from top of forms on at least 3 or 4 more locations depending on length of RCC wall. Heavy plumb bobs means either use heavy concrete piece or brick, etc. Binding wire can also be used to hang heavy weight. Timber pieces can be fixed on top to hang this plumb bob. In case proprietary system is used in place of site fabricated one, check system is in line with system manufacturer drawings. First check from locations at bottom, then at top. Check location somewhere at middle. Check location somewhere at middle. After ensuring from location, check plumb on all locations vertically in full height casting. Check for adjustments if so required to bring errors within permissible limits. Once forms are checked for horizontal and vertical location, start fastening ties and ensure supports are well anchored. Having, having completed various walls, preparatory works, move for working platform operations and check stability of system, plan for inspection and pour, check adequate working space is available within wall preparatory works about passes of pump pipe down to at least 1.5 to 2 meters above lowest starting point. Remember that wall pour is slow but steady as it has to be poured in rotations of heights not more than depth of nozzle. It would risk opening forms in case pour is allowed fast. Wall is not an element like columns or beams and import imports a check good check and attention. This is what I wrote about this and will discuss. It's very important. This was only a writing in pointed fashion, but it's available on file. You can go there, no problem. But why I try to explain is about wall, RCC wall, which is element, structural element where places. Just as you can say in superstructure somewhere a shear wall or some other wall or screen wall, say 150 mm thickness or 200 mm thickness. This is a part of your basement where you can say retaining wall is here to support fill which is soil below or something else. People do not do that in many cases, I know, because they don't understand what's purpose of retaining wall, RCC wall. They just do brick work which is not strength, which is not good one to retain some force of earth. If you are doing basement work in some building and there's around no such building having basements, then there are forces coming onto that wall from filled material, and that's called earth, because one side is basement and one side is earth. This means there's earth pressure on that wall. That earth pressure is coming from that building. Of course, building is there, there's no basement otherwise, but there is a foundation soil, which certainly imposes its horizontal pressure onto that wall, and that's called resultant pressure, which depends on what height the wall is. If suppose you have 4 meter of height wall in basements, suppose that there's about 2 kilogram, 2000 kilogram per centimeter square is weight of pressure of that. So there's 4 meters. So you see 4 into 2000 kilogram per centimeter square, what force it is. Just think of that level, whatever level your slab, the slab is there. I'm just giving an example of 4 meters, but it can be 8 tons per square meter weight down at 4 meters. And if you take H over 3, we multiply that, we'll find total pressure on that wall which this your basement wall is taking. That is an important issue. Your retaining wall or whatever wall and basement is, do not depend upon brickwork or some stonework you think will cost. No, that will not work there. You have to provide proper resistance to wall. This RCC wall, your brickwork would fail, it would not be strong that much. The specific wall and design of that wall, that is very much important, and that's purpose people avoid retaining walls or such RCC walls. But you avoid or you don't avoid, it would come some other way. In standard buildings, in professional buildings, these two are incorporated for whatever purpose. For fascia purpose or combination of beam and fascia or some other combinations, walls are these. Structural walls and walls, cladded you can say, or you can say basement walls or whatever walls. No way out, it's like a column, but it's long one. There are possibilities that there are 2 columns and wall lies in between in continuation to base joint, and you have to consider both together. There is a possibility in the superstructure in form of lift walls. Lift must be surrounded by RCC walls if building is structural one. If you consider that's required, and also on some structural work you provide some walls due to some other reason. Yeah, you want safe building, more safe, or it maybe you say it's a blast resistant area, you can provide like that. So everything you say, wall is there. It's not block wall, it's not brick wall, it is a structural RCC wall which must be designed properly, which must be done properly. So what I said, when we are casting that wall, both sides require to be shuttered, because It's long distance wall or height, and both are having covers both sides. So internal size depends upon what cover you give. If it is 200 mm walls and it is 40 was there 40, 40 you can say 40 mm both sides is your cover, and you have to see what's balance and how much benefit you're getting of double reinforcement, because you're providing only 15 centimeter thickness, so you are not going to get much benefit of that, but you have to provide that reinforcement for purpose of designs. So if there is a possibility of complete wall, there is a possibility of cut-off wall, that both sides are doors and there is a wall in between, and it's going to take some other use in that one. So both sides are shutters, on ends are shutters if there are doors on side, and its complete work is both sides shutters and reinforcement, and then your cost. And I explained to you last time means how we do place reinforcement, and we have to complete reinforcement as well, and then start shutting, or we start shutting but one then later reinforcement, because one side is still open. We can do that, but because it's small, your reinforcement is not very thick here, diameter is normal, you have to provide both sides, take time, and you have to link together to keep this reinforcement in the same position, and then you provide your steel, your concrete covers, or let's just call them. Its quantity very less in many cubic meters, not in, say it's a 5x4 wall, so this 20 square meter, and if 0.2, even if you take 0.2, multiply that quantity, which was your whatever it was, then that percentage of concrete to call. It's very small percentage of concrete. You can say quantity of concrete is very less, but you have to double work of forms, and you have to provide reasonable steel in that, and then conduits or service you have to provide. You have to do that. So it's double work, but it's required. There's a different formula, different types of forces you have to compare, how much possible stress steel can take the wall, and you have to decide that. If it's a retaining wall, there's another formula. If there's a structural wall on superstructure, there's another formula. If one is subject to wind load or seismic load, while foundation wall is subject to earth load as well as to seismic load. Both loads you have to consider. Earth is horizontal pressure and resultant, and what moments come due to this earthquake load, or if there's no earthquake load, what moment comes due to dead load, and an option white load. That wall is the exponents. It's not as easy as you're thinking, and there are certainly defects in some walls always, because this is like thin element, 15 cm wall, and I don't like 10 centimeter wall, but 15 cm is fine. 15 cm wall you say, and there's a length of 5 meter or more, and then there's a depth of say 4 meter. So it's a great work, big work, considering that there's no wall in that. And the walls are there 150 meters, so many meters long, so many panels are there. So causing wall is a problem. Speaking of wall is not a difficult issue. So what I said, you have to first prepare for its location. If it's low out by using strings and on both sides you put the strings and take 1 meter from that, and as I said before in channel, that you calculate how much it should be. 1 meter if you take from center of wall, you can half of wall thickness, and then ply and then batten and find what should be, and it should be there in all 5 meter length or 10, whatever length you have, this end and that end, and in between you have to be sure that your wall is properly located. And after that, once you cover that reinforcement, all details, you have to take final measurement on that. Measurement distance, not this one, it's total measurement, is how much, what size of your length, what size of thickness, what of that. And if you can say, I put some glass piece here, you can put whatever, then you can say reinforcement is there, or you have to put your inserts in that, and you have to make sure that your inspection of steel is over, and you check locations and plumps completely. You have to check many plumps is 5 meter lengths. It depends on you have to check plumps maybe 1 meter spacing, or as you think it's possibly seen by eye system defect. So this plumb checking and line checking and bolts, which is very important in this case. So tie bolts because such walls which are thin one, we cannot live without bolts, and bolts must be there within that, and that too within PVC ducts, because you cannot leave bolts embedded in concrete. It's not permissible, because that means you just put in sleeves and later on pull out those bolts. That might be there, and you fill that. So on an average, you can say there are 3 or 3.5 bolts per square meter. You can say 4 bolts also. And how many square meter wall are going to do? Well, you cannot take some factor of 7 out here, right? You have to find actual quantity, actual value of requirement there. So what I say, bolting is very important. You have to do all bolting, connections, fitting in, keep in position, all that. And it's very much important when it's a fair face wall. Fair face wall means there's no permission on that to plaster or render, and you are just finished up with decoration. So that wall is very important. If you think there's a with concrete that is fair face, means there's no meaning of any plaster on that. You have to depend on that as it is, and that's very, very explanatory. So in that case, we can say we have to do line work, we have to do fixing of these shutters and steel, and then doing steel, all that. And if it's complete wall, you have to do that. And first of all, you have to see an important point is construction joint, which you forget all time. It's for all you can say all masonry people. It's no less. We must ensure that. Then we move further and we find that we did this. Problem comes when you concrete this wall, because concrete of this work is very tedious. Means it's not simple concrete, you pour it and do it. You have to keep it in state also. That is very problematic, because concrete pump, its boom at disposal end delivers concrete with rapid speed. It doesn't give in you can say very slow, but chances is that you use wall and it has certain height. Even if you do it in basement or do it in superstructure, it's both same. It is 15 cm wall, column is still more 30 or 40 centimeter or 50 centimeter. Wall is, I'm not talking of 10 centimeter, I'm talking 15 centimeter or 20 centimeter. This pipe itself may be 10 centimeter, boom pipe, boom of mobile pump. I'm talking mobile pump. And that is required to go in down till it gets 1.5 meter drop at bottom. And it doesn't do that. There are chances of separation of all particles of mixed concrete. That's called segregation. Maybe I told you last time, but it is not defective. Segregation and aggregation, when it's all combined in wet form, this is called aggregate, combined together, and these come from pump as it is in combined form and drop gradually onto your location where you are going to use that. These do not break, means these can digest if properly mixed. A drop of say 1 meter to 1.5 meter, let us assume, means this much. If I take from floor to this height, I can say here, I can say if I keep drop here 1.5 meter maximum and gradually pump and drop, this drop to this level will not break its wet structure or wet mix. Though it's with speed coming in because pump pushes it, it comes, but it drops properly if slump is okay. Slump means water cement ratio of concrete is okay. Not too much water and not too less water. It delivers it in required manner, and these aggregate contents remain aggregate contents on after material is disposed or delivered. And there's another way If you keep drop down more than 1.5, let's say 2 meter, or if you drop from height itself, it will cause separation of all stone aggregate, sand aggregate, cement water content, or the slurry, all would separate. Your purpose of concrete mixing goes waste because you cannot combine that in this form. If you drop at height higher than that, this will break complete concrete wet material. So it is same thing as you put separately. It's not concrete then. It is separate aggregate of sand, separate aggregate of rock or chips, and separate water, cement, slurry. Then it's no meaning at all, even though it's there. You don't care. Even then you vibrate, it's no meaning, because it will drop, it will waste, it send out all your water, cement. So what shall we you get after that? Stone separate and sand separate, some mix unduly, some mix, non-uniform mix in your wall, which is no meaning. This is waste of material. It will not work as concrete. Nobody can accept it. Therefore, drop is very much important to understand and control. And if drop is not controlled, no use of concreting. Even if you do by crane or you do by bucket, whatever way you do, it's one and same thing. This point is very important. I have seen people just taking bucket of pop of column maybe 3 meters say, or even 2 meters say, they go there, take bucket of plastic and pour it from Tasla or from there, and this drops 2 meters and this goes broken. They think they have done it. They have vibrated that also. But it does not remain concrete. It's a Hawk's concrete, fake concrete. But they don't understand. Who can teach them? They are not professors, they are not engineers, they cannot understand that. But those who know it, if they don't understand that, who can understand them? Because they want to do it? No. That is what quality demands. Do it correctly. And wall, is that a problem? If your chute pipe or delivery pipe does not go down to 1 meter above that, you cannot pour it. Remember, you have fixed everything, but pouring is. And if you pour successfully, you cannot pour all together through. You have to pour in layers, 400 millimeters, let's say, depending on how your vibrator, your nozzle, I'm not saying pipe, not hose of vibrator, nozzle means portion that goes in, steel portion or alloy portion that works in that concrete layer. If there's 4 meters, there should be 10 layers. On an average, I'm telling, we generally do internal vibration. That's what I'm telling you. We never do external vibration. And now you'll ask, what is external vibration? What is internal vibration? When we do concrete using your vibrator nozzle, we go into concrete, drop concrete or post concrete and vibrate that concrete so that every corner in that layer, every void in that layer, every volume of that portion of concrete must be with concrete only, not void. Voids are not permitted in concrete because it is solidified material. It shall solidify, it shall go to each and every corner, and if it's not done that time, then you cannot concrete. If it's not done that time. Try to understand what it is. Manually doing concrete is no meaning. Understand what I'm talking of. If you lose concrete strength by debonding or by some means, you lose your game of concrete. Concrete is very simple if it earns it properly. It's very complicated if you do not give a hand to this properly. And then you are successful, say you are able to deliver this concrete with a drop of 1 to 1.5 meter, keeping requests and say respect of codes and procedures or good industrial practice can say that each layer you are pouring, you after pouring one layer of 400 mm or in line to that, you have to vibrate that at all time. Don't vibrate excessively. You have to be experienced in that. Vibrate only to requirement. And in fact, when it starts, these bubbles are out, you are vibrating and bubbles are coming out, at that time, stop that vibration. Or it will go against concrete. Layer you have to pull. It takes time. I cannot say you can pull, just pour this in minutes. So you have to put that in layer, cast and vibrate that. And once you vibrate that, that activity of pouring is over. Then you have to lay second layer. And that second layer again 400 mm. But this vibrator must go to previous layer at least for 10 centimeter, if not more. Then you have to, this is called interlinked layer. Then third, you do that again. Do not necessarily internet that. That's not interrelated one, because that is personal, social. So in that case, we can say you have to lay layer and interlock with vibrator and vibrate. And if there are two levels in that, you can say this is secondary layer. And you have to see what type you have lapsed in between these two layers. You did one layer 5 meters long. How much time did it take to from laying to vibrating? And then you have to start next layer. What gap is there? And you also note what time that truck came with concrete and what time now it is. You have to maintain a speed. You have to maintain a speed of laying layers as well as drawing all concrete from that mixer. So you have to be very careful while assessing how much time this concrete will take. Because for that concrete, you may not get your green pumps. You are not getting that. But once you lay this fast as rapidly as possible, you cannot simply say my site has broken, my shutting has broken, I have faced a problem, I'll go to get over and do it. Now you can manage time, you can manage quantity and fill all layers like that. Be careful. Supporting at 3 locations and particularly middle location is very significant. You mean to say in addition to these balls, bottom position and top position are locations positions, but middle position is very important, which actually bears horizontal pressure that is developed by this wall concrete. If that moves, that support moves, your system fails in. It's very technical and hard-working job because it's thin element, it can move also, just remember, though it will not, but maybe due to fault of something, this moves. So we have to understand what is hydraulic pressure, what is fluid pressure, what is the strength of concrete, why it loses, all that we have to understand. Then what support, this support, that support. There are so many things available right now, though it's only wall. You can say shutters are there, steel is there, bolts are there, supports are there, and line work is there to check that, slumps is there, everything. Everything is there in this wall work. And also anode, as I explained to you, corrosion control. There may be sacrificial anode in that if required. If it's required, you have to provide anode in this wall. If it suits technically, that only cathodic engineer would tell you. You would provide that anode here, and also if you think it's good for me, you can provide that for me. So according to contract. This happens with wall, which is very much technical, and it requires something. It's not simply that you bore me, even once for successfully, and you have given gap, as you do, gap between wall and wall and forms, wall and steel, all teach us what we are, what we should do, what should be done. Now wall is done. You have vibrated that. It's not complete. Not complete. Why I was talking about vibration, internal vibration? There is a possibility that your wall is thin. You may not be able to vibrate concrete or compact it using vibrators. Though it's not done, but if you cannot vibrate from inside, what is solution? I have seen people taking a steel rod and putting like this. No, that is not vibration. That is your only satisfaction. Though you may do this 1,000 times, this will not work, because this is a senseless activity. If you cannot do internal vibration by nozzle, you have to apply another method, that's external vibration. But that is not very cheap, or it's not available at times. But those who know about this, externally you can do it. You get a machine that can externally operate, so that it checks in whether internal concrete is checkable or not checkable. If you think do it external or internal is reliable. And don't forget, if you do not do it properly, you will find voids or spaces in, and that is against concrete integrity. And if you are not able to vibrate correctly, you also assume that your forces would not take them that way. This is one part of pouring. You prepared all platforms to work on that, use of that. Pouring is over. You have put anodized surface, you have put all services, everything that we talked of with that. But all these items, as I told, I'm just briefing them. I told of foundation, about your connections to Iran, and from that ship, connections from here to Iran or some other places than before. Now, shuttering is one part, casting is one part. Still you cannot take out. No way. But foundation shuttering, yes, special. This foundation shuttering and also this, you can say, complete item shutters that we did with whatever design we did. This shall take 6 days to remove shutters and use our That happens in this case, that we have to remove the shutters, and after removing the shutters we can know what is the outcome. Now these foundations you did, these top columns you did, or prints we did, and these super failed, this section all go to here. This is whatever exemptions are given there. And if exemptions are not given, like tolerances, you can say, you take out shutters of foundation, you find small vertical surface all about. You have to complete beams also. If you did not do that time, those beams, plinth, foundation beams, or you may say plinth beams, whatever design is there, I don't know what's your design, you have to do that also. And you have to open shutters too. At the same time you have to cure too. It applies to columns also, small columns and upper columns. Means timely you have to remove shutters as well, because these are going to be repeated. All this involve input from yourself so that you understand these activities correctly. Understanding activity is a very important part. Now I'll see which item next one is, so that we can correct that, we can coordinate together what we are talking of. Now I will talk about this decluttering, is a very important point, but let me read what is checklist for RCC lift well walls work item. It's 12 here, RCC lift well. Maybe you know what I'm talking about. It's lift, and lift is always is priced in those areas which are not originally from here, but there are areas where people are outside from there. So what happened in lift is complete from ground pit to rooftop. Rooftop means terrace. In ground there is a pit in which your portion below car floor of roof goes in, and top there is a machine in which serves this lift, that machine. And this lift moves like a car, it moves with same up and down, up and down, up and down. That's usual procedure. This lift well depends upon height or stories of building, and it is, I think, it's not that easy as you are thinking. This wall needs scaffolding, as we said before, and I showed you this lift, I think in that book last time. Maybe you remember or you don't remember exactly. I'll show you once again. This is because we are talking about this. You must refresh your memory that what sort of structure I'm talking about, and it should not take much time for me, as far as I remember, located here, that left one. It's very important item, and that's why I'm trying to project to you. Of course I did a lot of work on this, but it must be clear what I'm talking about. Come on, try to waste my time. Sometimes when you want to find something, you can't find. What can you say? Yeah, let's lift up. Let's lift this. so dim it is, I can't read. Yes, it's important. I'll show you this sketch. This is good. This elevator here now. See the distance you see first. This is a well inside here. This is well here. Okay. This is the internal portion which I am calling valve, and this here, this is this portion here, and this portion here, and all these four sides you can see here. This is internal portion. And if you see it's a reflection, I'll show you reflection also. Kind of elevation of that formwork. This you can see how much timber work is there. Some timber work and elevations of that. It's reflection here, the star on there, and also many more sketches in this connection. And also here, all various types of elevations. I try to reflect all elevations of formwork. It's a formwork, no, how formwork is arranged in that. Just for information, you cannot get complete details from without you refer to these pages. You cannot get complete details, but I'm just trying to project to you what should be there if you want really to do professional work. Even if you get from proprietary manufacturer of these items, you make the problem. This is a specific one, see, for opening of doors, your door is fixed. Additional formwork there, hidden formwork. This is formwork within full formwork of lift, inserted formwork of door of lift. This is 3 points. 3 are one is top here, one is here, this and this other one is in front. This is for front. This is edge detail of that, and this is top detail of that door. These are not 3 shutters, but just reflections of front, side, and top. So this was the point I tried to show you, and you can just imagine, means we see something is going on and we leave it to actually carpenters or someone who do themselves something. They do work and what they do sometimes, they do their own way and hardly we give them some sketch. I have not seen generally people are preparing such sketches and giving them do like this, because sometimes we do not understand what we have to do. And that's the reason that we leave it to them and they make mistakes. I'm not saying all make mistakes. After all, they're also experienced people. Some are experienced, some are not experienced. We value their experience because this is skill. We cannot say this is a labor work. This is not just blind work. When you think how to compose or how to construct form work, temporary work, preparatory work, this is a big job to think how to do that. Because you are going to cast 4 meter lift. 4 meter. Generally you consider that average, maybe more, but each floor is 4 meter. And if you think, say it is 5 by 5 meter lift well, or 4 by 4 meter, or 3 by 3 meter, whatever sizes they are, depending on car size. This means, let us say 4 meter by 4 meter, well size. I am not calling car size. Well size. Assumption is, let's say 4 by 4 by 4, 16 meter length. 16 meter length of well and 4 meter height. So what is quantity of concrete you imagine? 16 meters, and say lift size is 30 meter of well, 30 centimeter. For assumption only, 16 into 0.3, 64, 6.4 square meter, and 6.4 into 4, this means 6.4 into 4, let us say 24, let us say 25 cubic meter wall concrete. 25 cubic meter wall concrete in a square shape. It's not direct wall. We were talking direct wall before. It's pattern wall. And not only that, there could be lift bank. 3 lift bank, 4 lift bank, 5 lift bank. So there will be further sectioning of this. You may say complete wall, then there are 4 partition in between or 3 partition in between, and it would go same time. As I am saying, concrete would go into this square same time, and no concrete in door portion up to door height, but on top of that. So there may be cut in though that concrete of door, and this would happen in all lift wells. So you think it is easy? Block work is easy, agreed. Brick work is easy, agreed. But if we say we require, due to some technical reason, due to seismic reason, or due to whatever reason, we want to strengthen our building, we want to make use of this lift well, we have to strengthen our building because of this, we have to do. So you just imagine, is it easy to pour concrete in these wells? And if it is easy, how can you decide that procedure? First, we have to think of how to provide that formwork when there is 4 meter height of filled in that, and that not restricted to one wall, it's a combination of walls, and it is in whole well. This means your concrete cannot be started from one wall only. If you start from wall, it will flow into other cavities, other walls, and you again continue that way, it will flow into other walls. Then how it is decide? Means you have to decide pattern of your pouring in concrete. Shuttering you are going to do by management. I know you will decide what is pressure fluid on this wall. You may say formula usually WH cube over 3, you know that formula, moment. W is weight, and that is 2.5 tons per meter cube in this case of concrete, and H you know is 4. You can say 2.5 W into H cube is 4 to power 3, 4 meters height, then divide by 2 or 3, I think 3, yes, for pressure it is 3, a moment, this WH cube or say W pressure is one formula and moment is another formula. You have to see pressure first. You have to see pressure first. Pressure of concrete on your wall. Hydraulic pressure at 1/3 height of your wall. Pressure is important in this case. Moment I am not talking of. That pressure must be registered by shuttering, by formwork. So this shall act not only on this wall alone, this shall act on all walls during your filling of concrete, pouring of concrete. So that is a kind of dynamic, continuous differential weight application, differential force application. You are pouring this one, but it's going to other side. You are pouring that side, it's come to this side. Is there no one wall is filled half, other one is zero, and orthogonally here is a little more. So you go on pouring this, your vibrator will become functionless. Even if vibrator will become functionless, because concrete keeps on flowing. As you apply more vibrator, it will keep on flowing and flowing. Purpose of vibrator is also gone. So we have to do it continuously, moving our boom on that well. It's not easy. Swire boom. Keep your moving your boom here like that, so that layer is filled, layer is filled, layer is filled. Is that not required? Required or not required? Think so. But pump can't move like this. You pump is down, you are up, so much communication required, but it has to be done. It has to be done. Too much signaling is required. Achievement is that we need uniform layer of first one 40 centimeter throughout these four walls, except portion of door. It may be one lift, or it may be a bank of left bank. This is required. Otherwise, your shutters won't work. This would fail because differential movement, weight this side, low weight this side. This is very difficult operation which requires complete technical attention. I was asked by some person, some consultant, give me how you decided on this form. There is no formula, there is no method. I devised my message. See, this is going to this, accept this. They demand something. Everybody wants cover. They have a right, and you have a right too. I have to give my duty. He has to ensure that what I am doing is right. If I am concerned, I will demand too. What's wrong with that? Wall is not, if it's single wall with doors on both sides, if it's a wall connected between columns on both sides, or if it's a wall having cross movement like this, or it's lift wall, or it's basement wall. You mean there are so many positions you have to deal with. So don't take it lightly. What design says, that is imaginary. That designer wants something. But we have to do on that side for that design. That is what we have to think about. And this is all done in method statements by construction and quality, both gentlemen together. But what happens? Quality wants to keep off of that because they are interested in inspection only. They are not very interested in design involvement or in execution involvement. They say, you do, I will do only checking. Here where I differ. But let them do whatever they want to do. After all, it is engineering. If it is engineering, you have to do it. You cannot put a silver lining, this yours and this mine. No. You have to do it in collaboration with each other. Column we cast, that's one technology. Beam and slab we cast, that's another technology. This is wall. This is wall which is going to accept your machine movement, machine moves vertically, this has to hold that movement. This has to hold occupant's movement in that. It may take load with this. All these factors we have to consider. And we have to consider pit also with this. There's a pit below a floor. There's a machine room above. Hole is one unit. And then it will take forces also. When building moves, there's vibration. Your wall at that time won't be functional. Your lift won't be functional because that time it's shut down. But structure will function. So structure is considered from that angle also, in addition to vertical movement. Horizontal force during earthquake or horizontal force during wind force, that can also be considered for its structure, for its use, because at that time lift does not move. Either this or that. So it's a combination of design and execution, and design of shutters, and how to do pouring of concrete. All these are complications. When I use this pouring, I did this, I stood on for myself because I did not trust anybody. It was not possible to explain to those people because they never could understand that. So you stand yourself for few hours until you think now they can move further. If you say you come 1/3 or above, you do it yourself, and remaining 2/3, okay, you follow it like this. You just demonstrate to them how to do, then they can follow. And moreover, when already you did 1/3 or half, means many hours elapsed by that time, so half of concrete might have semi-set. So that risk of opening sides is also reduced. Because it doesn't take 1 minute. It takes many hours for concrete to do in such case. Because you cannot do just one item. It takes time. So some of concrete which you lay before might have achieved some strength, or at least set if not completely wet. So that way we have to know. If you are little careful, your staff, your supervisory crew, your executive crew, if they are little careful, you do that. You do that up to slab level, or up to whatever level you decided to do, because beams may also be coming on lift. If there is main wall beam on lift, this would be there. So this is why I put it separately, lift well wall, and I just explain to you these points, what boring is. Again I repeat so that you are clear about. Better for 5 minutes if you understand. I tell you that ensure scaffolding with working platform is in position for access on both sides of internal and external side of walls for preparatory works. Ensure safe ingress and egress to and from inside of lift well. This is a very big question. Enter into and come out of that, because inside there is well. Means either you have covered a platform on that, or you have not done a platform on that well. You are just hanging on these battens, probably. So egress and ingress is a problem. You have to decide there how to enter in, because everybody who is involved in pouring shall enter in for vibrator purpose, for pouring purpose, for holding pipe of that pump. Everybody should be required, and you may also go there just to inspect where it has reached, how it is. So ensure safe ingress and egress to and from inside of lift well. Then ensure all other safety measures such as green tags are involved, which explain in safety. If you are going up on that ladder or that specific stair you built, this should be green tagged, indicating that this is safe for use. And ensure rebar fixing is correct. Rebar fixing in the structural wall of lift is correct. Reinforcing bars. To requirement, to design, I mean to say, overlap should be fixed correct. Whatever overlaps are required, that you should see. Two specifications. Lowest ring should start at half of spacing, location from structure level, as we said before also. Ensure rebars or reinforcing bars well tightened and maintained in plumb everywhere. There's a vertical. Ensure that all U-shaped bars, or even if so required, rings are tight, are rightly fixed in position and well secured and anchored. And ensure in particular corner U bars, means where two corners of wall meet, that cross connection should be done with U bars, which is general in both directions, making perpendicular. Ensure reinforcing bars are clean and free from rust, which I explain every time. Where ensure sacrificial node is fixed. Sacrificial anode is fixed, as I said, in cathodic protection if so required, and if there is a provision of cathodic protection, in that case only, otherwise no. Ensure touch-up paint if you say you are applying epoxy coated rebars, in case otherwise no. Ensure electrical and other required inserts are fixed and approved. This is mandatory. There must be electrical connections because machine is there, all there, many electrical connections, and required inserts are fixed and approved. Ensure all concrete spacers are placed at appropriate locations and positions on both sides. Try to avoid excessive spacers. We usually say don't provide these spacers without requirement within wall main body if not so required. And check that these spacers are fixed on top portion out of top of concrete. Or ensure all inspections before closing rebars of formwork are done, which is in every case inspection of rebars must be done before formwork is placed in. Otherwise you cannot inspect steel once formwork is placed. And check whether or not starter or kicker is convenient. Well, this is a usual exercise. Preferably it should be avoided if not required. In case proprietary system, now yes, proprietary system means if you have taken a specific design with material from some patent supplier, in that case I am talking, that's called proprietary system, means some other company has designed this and given you specifically for your lift or wall. That's what I'm talking about. In case proprietary system is used in place of site fabricated, if I said no, I would not use my design, I hired someone to do this work for me, and if that person is given me, then I check system is in line with what system manufacturer drawings mandated. I will make sure that we do same as we are given. And in case self-designed system is being followed, if I do myself, I will ensure followings. I will check lift well door forms, that's why I showed you separately. Check lift well door forms and are additionally fixed to be concealed within main forms. Check both internal and external forms which are fixed in position correctly. Check sides supporting system which should be intact at one side when bolts are used. Tie bolts I am talking. Check grid offset thread lines are available, which I said to take 1 meter from center of wall and fix some thread or a string to make sure that this is equidistant in all positions, as I explained before. And check from both axes, both directions, reference to ascertain all walls location. And check bolts are fixed preferably inside of wall sections in all walls. Check These bolts pass through plastic sleeves with bosses at ends. Plastic sleeves generally used so that we can take out these steel bosses from concrete. And do not tighten them. Tighten bolts. Do not tighten them immediately, but after ensuring true locations and accurate plumb. Top inclined support is meant for keeping forms in position, and and middle support located and fixed at 1/3 from bottom is meant for resisting resultant fluid pressure during pour. Bottom horizontal support is meant for holding formwork foot. More supports can also be added depending on height of proposed pour. Also, also spacing of tie bolts would require number of added supports. And check whether or not tie bolts have been designed to withstand forces imposed by liquid concrete safely. Fluid concrete safely. And check all corners of forms are well anchored without causing any worry for opening or relocation of forms or getting it twisted. Also check internal forms that should be provided with adequate cross-inclined supports. Cross-inclined supports in well lift well plies. Many inclined cross supports must be there to keep balance and to keep these L-shaped corners intact. So also check internal forms that should be provided with adequate cross-inclined supports through though located in middle of forms at various locations. Check whether or not heavy plumb bobs are hung from top of forms on at least 3 or more locations depending on length of RCC wall. Heavy plumb bob means either use heavy concrete piece or brick, etc. Binding wire can also be used to hang heavy weight. Timber piece can be fixed on top of hang bob. First check form location at bottom, then at top. Check location somewhere at middle. After ensuring form location, check plumbs on all locations vertically in full height casting. Check for adjustments if so required to bring error within permissible limits. Once forms are checked for horizontal and vertical locations, start fastening ties and ensure supports are well anchored. Having completed all walls preparatory works, move for working platform operations and check stability of system. Plan for inspection and pour. That is another plan. We'll take up this plan. Let me see what time is left, because I cannot hold you also for more. Let me see, around 2-3 minutes I can take in this plan if possible. Let me see if I can speak in that. Check plan and inspection of pour. Check adequate working space is available within walls. That's important. Check adequate working space is available within walls. Preparatory works about passes of pump pipe down to at least 1.5 to 2 meter above lowest starting point that we discussed before. Also check for raising a strong temporary platform internally as well as working. Remember that wall pour is very slow around walls but steady, as it has to be poured in rotation of heights, not more than depth of nozzle. It would risk opening forms in case pour is allowed fast. Yes, I mean to say, if you do it fast and faster, these youth should come into our scene, and then it would risk opening forms in case it would risk opening forms in case pour is allowed fast. It would risk allowed fast. So I would like now what I say, it would not it would risk opening forms in case pour is allowed fast. So we have to do it gradually slow. Wall is not an element like columns or beams, and therefore imports a good check and attention. Lift well walls are a complicated pour management that should be taken due care of. And this briefly I have told you its explanation mode, that we have to be very careful as far as this type of complicated pour is concerned. Every person cannot be given responsibility of this until that person understands very well concrete technology. It's not simply we can give to anybody, only some responsible person must supervise that. After are available designs, I mean to say designs from design office as well as from site offices, because this is separate design. And if design office, I don't expect this design of form work from our design offices, because they may not have this type of software, or even if they may not be having what actually we do on site. Sometimes we do based on experience, and sometimes we calculate something. And if you have done repetition of many such projects or similar type of works, you can use your experience also and submit details of that experience that I have done this same type. So it doesn't matter all the time. If you just design justified, you can do simply calculation. As I said, you can say what's the weight of concrete and what's coming on that level weight, and we can design that this weight can be just, I said, I use my calculations and provided this type of information. So it's very much not means you can't say scaring one. It's not a scaring one. It's only concentration requiring. Means you concentrate on that. Just take it politely. Take it constantly. It requires attention, because you have to justify your client also what we are doing it right. And moreover, this is heavy structure. This is dynamic structure. This requires good concrete, not porous concrete, good concrete, it's durable concrete, and it requires control. And if you take care in this way, I don't think there should be any problem in this type of work. So what actually we have today concluded is that if walls are there in structure of buildings which are generally there, building walls, single wall without doors, with doors and with fixed columns, and retaining walls, or this type of wall. We have different types of wall also in firing range, we'll see later on. Now I'm just talking of ordinary walls, and there are different types of walls, retaining walls, counterfort walls, very well. It depends upon you how to tackle it your way. Nobody can teach you, and everybody has a different approach. And I've seen those people also, he just use ballis or timber pieces, and they're happy with that. I have no clear, so I use this here. I know approval from other country. Until they approve me, I will be busy like that. So that point must be very well considered, that you, of course, you will take some time, but remember, if something opens during pour, if some of your bolts are broken, or some support is leaked, or you may say slurry is out, or your form itself is out, because height is 4 meter, people are working on that, there can be dam problem. So once it's out, then bulging cannot be removed except by chipping. It takes a lot of time, and if there's a movement of your whole form work, it causes a major problem. You cannot bring it back. That's not possible. Therefore, it is suggestive that on such type of complicated closed circuit pore, I should call it closed circuit pore, because this is combined pore without an independent member, just like other walls or columns. It requires better dynamic flow attention. Means fluid moves from this level to other level and to that side. How to arrange this? Either use two pumps or use one pump, depends upon your design, your method statement. And this is what method statement I'm talking to you, and this is also part of quality. And with this I would say we change today's and close it, and we would continue with the same kind of further posts. And with this I say thank you very much. I close this file, and I say we'll meet again for current issue of corona, which is causing havoc all over. And also say that we have to solve all these problems ourselves, and that's is today's. So thank you very much, gentlemen. I would say I'll close it now, and I hope you got something out of this. And I would suggest, if you want to write some question regarding this subject of whatever we discussed today, even including corona, if I am wrong, possibly you can straight away say you are just living in different world. I don't mind that, but if there's some input, you can question or comment it. If I think reasonable, I shall certainly reply to you. Thank you very much.